All right. Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Oak Grove School District on March 13th, 2025 at 5:04 p.m. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve agenda?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda has been approved as submitted. The board at this time will recess to close session to discuss consideration of public employee discipline, release dismissal, Government Code 54957, confer with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Persons wishing to address the board on closed session items may use the raise your hand Zoom feature to speak. Please reference the agenda item in your public comment and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone to speak to these closed session items? All right, no comments virtually, so we will now recess to close session and we will return at approximately 6:05 p.m. All right, welcome to the regular board meeting of March 13th, 2025. There are many opportunities for the public to address the board, public hearing, public comment, or during a specific agenda item. If you wish to speak to the board, please complete the request to speak card at the front and provide it to our recording secretary. Should I just keep going? If you are joining the meeting on Zoom, please select the raise your hand feature in order to have your name called when the agenda item is reached. In-person speakers will be called to the podium first, followed by Zoom attendees. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes. The Brown Act does govern meetings of governmental bodies in California. Your comments to the board must be specific to the agenda item that you are addressing. If there is no specific item, you are welcome to present your comments during the public comment section. Please note that you are attending a public meeting of the Board of Trustees doing the public's business. This is not a public forum for public debate. Member Martinez, can you please provide the land acknowledgement statement?
Sure. We acknowledge that Oak Grove School District and our schools occupy the unceded territory of the Muwakmi Ohlone Nation, the sovereign nation and original people of the skies and land and waters where we work and learn. The Muwakma Ohlone people are the stewards of these lands and of the teachers and learning that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Muwakmi Ohlone for their community and these lands.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. I would now like to invite our student leader from Herman Intermediate to the front of the dais to introduce himself and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hi, my name is Samitsi Ray, and I'm an 8th grader at Herman Intermediate. I'm honored to be here today to lead everyone in the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone, please stand. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Thank you.
That takes us to Superintendent's report. Superintendent Chaitis, please provide your report.
Thank you, President Yu. Good evening, everyone. Happy March, and March is Women's History Month, and it is my honor to recognize and celebrate the incredible achievements and contributions of women throughout history and today. This month offers a chance to reflect on the remarkable work that women who have shaped our world and country and continue to inspire our future generations. I want to take this opportunity just to thank all of our women today, every day for their contributions and in the recognition of Women's History Month. Last week, we celebrated Read Across America Day, and I would like to thank President Yu, Vice President Aber, and Trustee Salazar Torres for participating in Read Across America Week by reading at various schools. Your involvement truly made a difference, and I hope you enjoyed the experience as much as the students did. So thank you for that. Today, we celebrate our 124th day of school. I'm not counting, but somehow it's 124 days of school today. I just want to thank you all for your efforts, to our staff, to our employees, to our students for being at school, our parents. And at the beginning of March, we published our very first, the first 100 days newsletter. This publication marks a significant milestone as it brings together all the exciting updates, achievements, important information that reflects the dedication and hard work of all of our students, employees, and community. The executive team and I were at Davis Intermediate, home of the Raiders, on March 4th. And then on March 11th, we were at Frost Elementary, home of the Falcons, for our executive team visit. It's always great to see the students engage, learning, and then asking them, what are you doing? What are you learning? And then they explain it to you. And it's also nice to have coffee, break bread with the staff, the teachers in the morning before school starts. So thank you to our principals from Davis, assistant principal from Davis for hosting, and from Frost as well. And talking about Frost, did you know that Frost is turning 60 years old? So on April 4th at 4:30, Frost Elementary will celebrate its 60th anniversary. So I'm sure there'll be information coming out about that event. And talking about events, on March 4th, we had our annual Future Chefs Live Cook-Off at Herman Intermediate. I want to thank Child Nutrition Services Department for organizing this great event once again. Thank you to Vice President Aber, who was present, our judges who had a difficult job of judging the food. It was just great to see our future chefs showcasing their creativity, their skills, passion, and it was truly exciting to see them. But also exciting to see the families, the parents, the siblings fired up and supporting them. And I want to congratulate the following winners. In first place, from Indigo, Esme Cox with her easy cheesy potato bacon soup. In second place was Alea Macias from Parkview with the cucumber shrimp boats. And in third place, Liliana Garcia from Del Roble with chicken as sweet as honey. So congratulations to our 3 top place winners. This past March 6th was able to collaborate with our district advisory committee and home to school club, PTA, PTO presidents here in the boardroom. And we had a guest speaker. It was Davis Intermediate Athletic Director Nicole Benson, who came, shared an overview of all of our sports programs in our district, spoke about future sports like girls flag football, boys flag football, boys wrestling, and girls wrestling. That's exciting. And so she was able to provide just an overview of all the sports and what are the requirements, and also the league that we're in. And I didn't know it was as competitive, but it's a very competitive league So great to hear. And then Associate Superintendent spoke about Measure P, modernization. So there was many questions of the modernization that's taking place now until 2031, and was able to provide that information. And so a lot of excitement, a lot of great things happening. And then on March 7th, it was Maintenance Worker Appreciation Day. So we had the opportunity to have pizza for breakfast. It was about 9:45 a.m. So I thank our maintenance department for hosting breakfast. And mostly it was just to personally thank them for their hard work and dedication in person, and be able to just show our gratitude for ensuring that everything runs smoothly in our schools: water, toilets, lights, you name it. So thank you to our maintenance department. And this year, I'm thrilled to share that 3 of our administrators have recently been recognized by the Association of California School Administrator, ACSA, Region 8 Awards. Region 8 includes all of the Santa Clara County with over 32 school districts. And we have 3 winners out of the 32 school districts. We have 3 winners, and some of them are here tonight. So winning these awards and representing our district with this honor are for Curriculum and Instruction Administrator of the Year, our Assistant Superintendent, Janae Enna. Our Student Services Administrator of the Year, she's not here, is our Ed Services Coordinator, Shannon Bowie. And out of all the middle schools in Santa Clara County, all the middle schools, we have the number 1 here. Middle School Principal of the Year, Jimmerlin Jim Kutsi of Davis Intermediate. And she will be presenting tonight with Assistant Principal Acosta. All right. So this is a well-deserved statewide recognition of their dedication, hard work. So thank you. And talking about awards, we have another statewide award. We're representing here. Congratulations to the Frost Elementary School. So Frost received the 2025 California School Public Relations Association CalSPRA Award for their video and marketing video that they have. And so I want to thank Principal Harrigan for her leadership, the Frost staff, and also to our Public Information Officer, Ms. Shito Singh, who was present to receive the award. So that's a huge award, statewide award. So thank you. And then in closing, this morning, and we had pizza too this morning, right? There was pizza this morning, it was 11 o'clock. We had our monthly Superintendent Student Advisory Council here. And with the students that represent all the schools, we discussed 2 key topics: school attendance and cell phone policy. So that was a great conversation, many insights, many solutions, ideas, discussion. So these conversations will continue with our teachers, with our staff, with our parents. There is a new law that has been passed at the state level around cell phone policies. So I want to thank our director, Dr. Dorsey, who's back there, for presenting and facilitating this conversation. President Yu, this concludes my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Chaitis. Lots of milestones and recognitions. Again, congrats to Assistant Superintendent Enna, Coordinator Shannon Bowie, and Principal Kutsi on your ACSA awards, as well as Frost on their CalSPRA awards. I really think that just speaks volumes to the quality and caliber of the staff that works in our district. So kudos to all of you. Very proud, very happy. All right, let's move on to closed session items. So the board did meet in closed session to discuss consideration of public employee discipline, release dismissal, Government Code Section 54957. No action was taken. Confer with the labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. No action was taken. I will now open, actually, we're going to move on to public hearing. I will now open the public hearing on the initial bargaining proposal from Oak Grove School District to the California School Employees Association, Chapter 412. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on this item? Jorge Prado?
Good evening, Madam President, board members. executive team. My time is over. Thanks so much. Good night. No, a fair day wage for a father's work is as just as demand as governor man ever made of governing. It is the everlasting right of man. Yeah, funny thing, billionaire, Mr. John D. Rockefeller. And billionaires are not well known for pay kind of nice. We have one in the Oval Office saying that kind of thing sometimes. So what we're going to ask, what we're going to submit to the table is the everlasting right of men and women, because we work as hard as everyone. Congratulations, by the way. But we are part of the same. We do the other job that not everybody sees. We get kicked, we get called names, we get pushed, we get injuries, we get threats. So what we're asking is, every single time we hear the words, "We appreciate you," it's really an appreciation that our work is really valued, that every single time that people like me that makes a home visit might put himself, herself in a tiny little bit of danger, because you don't know what is in the other side of the door. You don't know what people might react. At the same time, we learn languages and we try to support our kids that speak a different language than English. And with the craziness is happening right now, making it that official is harder and more important for us to speak more than one language. So, am I asking something crazy? Am I asking something out of the natural? I don't think so. We don't want to make exactly the same money as the teacher association. I recognize they do. I'm a teacher, 2 countries, from elementary, TK, all the way to the college, university, in 2 countries. So I know what their deal. I know exactly how they feel, you know? But we do as an important job as they do, like every single person in AFSME. Same thing. So we just want to be the validation of our hard work every single day of our lives for this district, because we're committed to this district. I have spent 18 years of my life dedicated to this district, learn a new language to support the students in this district. And if the district willingly pay me more, I can learn 2 more languages that are needed in this district. So please, when the consideration is there, remember, this is the everlasting right of a man. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. Are there any other speakers?
Good evening. I'll keep this short because I have more to say later, but I want to speak in solidarity with CSEA as they head to the bargaining table with Oak Grove School District. As an elementary school teacher, I cannot do my job without the support of the secretaries, the instructional assistants, the health clerks, and everybody else, the community liaisons, and everybody else who makes my job doable. And in order for me to teach, I need their support, and we need to be able to attract and retain quality members of CSEA as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bob. Any other public comments? All right, seeing no other comments, I will now close the public hearing for agenda item 4.1. 4.2, I will now open the public hearing on the initial bargaining proposal from CSEA Chapter 412 to OGSD. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on this item? Right, seeing no comments, I will now close the public hearing. That moves us to public comment. This is an opportunity for individuals to address the board on any school-related issue, which is not a part of this evening's agenda. Are there any individuals who wish to speak to the board at this time? Jorge Prado, would you like to come back up?
Hello again. Me. Plato Dean Tirani, the 4th and worst disorder of the state. Tyrants lack the very faculty that is the instrument of judgment, reason. The tyrannical man is a slave because the best part of him, the reason, is enslaved. And likewise, the tyrannic state is enslaved because it's to lack of reason and order. The Cambridge Dictionary defines fascism. In other words, or in a tiny little bit part of it, says it's state control and being extremely proud of country and race in which political opposition is not allowed. There's a flashback to 1920s. Is this a flashback to 3,000 years ago? Kinda. That's where we're living today. English will be just one language. 50% of the Department of Education of this country is gone by the end of this month. They're trying to take the citizenship out of us, a lot of us. That includes my son, just because I come from a different country, just because I spoke a different language, just because they call me brown, because I'm Latino. And things are not fun. And there's fears in the street. 32,000 immigrants have been kicked out of this country, like if they were truly criminals. Few, yes. I'm not saying everybody's innocent, but it's not even the 4%, according to some statistics. So what happened with the other ones? They're abusing with children, innocent children, grab them with their parents just because they came for the same reason that the vast majority of the parents in this table, and some of us, some might not, came looking for a better place to live, to have the American dream. And this is the American dream, I'm asking you, really? Is this where you're fighting every day? Is this where you wake up every morning? I know we wake up every morning, as Mr. Porola says, to educate children, to help them. With which face are we going to talk to them? It is so hard to talk to a child that is crying because their family is being deported. It's so hard to see them homeless, running away because one member of the family has been deported. Some years ago, a board support what I said and create a resolution, and I truly appreciate it. Please, board members, support the kids. At the end, we're here for the kids and to support their parents. Meditate about that one. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. Bob Perla?
All right, good evening, board. So far, Oak Grove Educators Association has been negotiating with management about our new contract, which is open for, it's a 3-year contract. And thus far, I had been hearing good things about the way the new bargaining team and the new superintendent were handling negotiations. So imagine my surprise the other day when I find out from my bargaining team that Oak Grove School District rejected up to 90% of the language we had proposed around harassment and threats. I mean, I was absolutely appalled by that. That is not the spirit of collaboration at all. We find out that they rejected it saying, well, this can be addressed in our workplace violence prevention program. The problem is that workplace violence prevention program, you're required by law to get buy-in and input from OGEA, and we had never seen it before. And then we find out that it is still in draft form. So how are you addressing our needs with a plan that we've never seen that is in draft form? That's absolutely unacceptable. Furthermore, when we make safety proposals at the bargaining table, that should not be the area where you set us up for a bargaining dispute. That shouldn't be the case. That should not happen. If you don't like the language that we proposed, the correct way to do it is to come to us, tell us your concerns with that language, and we'll have a conversation at the table about how we can reword the language to meet everybody's needs. You don't just reject 90% of a safety proposal. There's a reason we're making those proposals. So I was absolutely appalled by that, and I am hoping by this public comment that we can start to rectify that. Because that's unacceptable, and it is not going to be good enough to just have your workplace violence prevention plan. You need to come to us and talk to us in good faith about safety language. I understand it. If you want to have a dispute later on about salary or benefits, I expect that. But I do not, I just can't even believe, I'm almost at a loss for words, that you would go toe to toe with us over safety language instead of trying to work with us. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prola. Next speaker is Caleb Hawk.
Finding out that 90%, like, why are we disagreeing? Like, why aren't we just sitting down and discussing, trying to find like, excuse me. Oh, my apologies. Why have we rejected 90%? Why haven't we found like a compromise? Because like it appears that we have everyone here. So is it not possible that we could find a compromise?
I'm sorry, can you speak closer to the mic because the board members can't hear you?
I'm so sorry. Is this better? Okay. So regarding like the contract, well, 90% was rejected. How come we haven't found like a compromise? It appears we have everyone here, so it would be beneficial if we all like came to at least some of the agreements, because 90% is just insane.
So we do appreciate your public comment, but just a reminder that this is not a public forum for public debate. So we actually cannot answer any questions.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I go back? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other speakers? All right, let's move on to bargaining unit comment. Do we have any reports from bargaining unit representatives?
Right, I'm gonna be real short. Chuck Baylot, CSEA president. You guys did the public hearing on our sunshine proposal, and this month we'll start bargaining with the district. And I just want to say I look forward to working out a contract that works for both sides and for everybody. Also, Bob and OGA, thanks for coming up and support for you, and I hope we support OGA and their contract bargaining too. So that's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees.
I'd like to speak about 3 items. Number 1, OGA has been working in the independent study task force. We created a group, about 5 people. We had our first meeting and we were brainstorming about the next steps when we meet with Ed Services at the end of the month. We understand this is going to impact people at the front office, secretaries, admins, teachers, because the urgent independent studies have to be prepared within 1 or 2 days notice. So we brainstormed some ideas about how this situation can be a great flow of paper for everyone who's in the front office. Having a line of parents requesting independent study for their kids. I had a great conversation with Yvonne lately, where we were brainstorming and envisioning systems that do not require in-person systems to be able to get these urgent independent studies. What if we have an automated system in the future? So parents can request independent studies, secretaries get a copy, admins get a copy, the teacher gets a copy, and then an automated system can solve the problems that we will have with the flow of paper. That was just an idea. Thank you, Dr. Chaitis. Number 2, safety. I want to echo what our OGA Vice President, Bob Prola, said about safety. I want to recall some information from our second bargaining survey that came around December. So about 80% of our membership thinks that safety is a priority because of the building and infrastructure, because of the violence, and because of the behavior management. There's physical violence, verbal abuse, disciplinary measures that are not effective, misplacement concerns in general ed and special ed, emergency preparedness. There are gaps in drills and communication gaps when there are emergency drills. Unaddressed maintenance requests from teachers. And teachers are looking for more training on managing conflicts and addressing violent student behavior. At the last bargaining session, we were discussing Article 16, safety, and a lot of the language was rejected because it was addressed at the workplace violence prevention plan. And when we requested the plan, there were a lot of gaps. There were things that are not protecting us as teachers, as educators. And we haven't seen this plan before. I even asked former president, she hasn't seen it. We asked former board members, they haven't seen it either. So we have to work on this collaboratively. This is something that is going to be referenced in our CBA. We need to make sure that it's collaborative and that everyone has a voice in it. While working on Article 16, we also noticed that there is one policy, and I respectfully ask you to take notes. Board Policy 4156.3, which is the employee property reimbursement. This policy blames teachers for having accidental damages in the classroom. So if you bring an instructional item, for example, a smartphone, it breaks accidentally. But even if it's an accident, the teacher is being blamed for it in this policy. So we recommend you to review it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chuck and Luis. This now takes us to consent agenda. Superintendent Chidas, please present the consent agenda.
Thank you, President Yu. At this time, I would like for recommending for the Board of Trustees to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Great. May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Great. Any board discussion? Any public comments? Great. May we please have a roll call vote?
Member Yolaka. Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Torres.
Aye.
Vice President Aubert.
Aye.
President Yu.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Right, moving along to information items. So let's start with 7.1, the Davis Learning Community School presentations. Assistant Superintendent Anna, can you please present this item?
Thank you, President Yu, Vice President Hebert, members of the board. I'm proud to bring to you tonight the principles of our Davis Learning Community. The intention behind this series of school presentations beginning last month with Bernal Learning Community is to provide an overview of our school's populations, unique programs, goals, and actions. And something we're excited about for next year, starting in the 25-26 school year, is that Del Roble Elementary School will actually be joining the Davis Learning Community. Currently and historically, Del Roble has been in the Herman Learning Community. And after the school year, students in the Structured English Immersion strand, or the non-TWEBE students, will be phasing out. So the last class of 6th graders is currently there. Next year, it will be all TWEBE students, and TWEBE students matriculate into Davis to continue their pathway in the bilingual program. So naturally, Davis will be gaining another feeder school, and it makes sense to move Del Roble into the Davis Learning Community. Initially, we had Del Roble presenting tonight, but we've just made a last minute decision, and they will be, the principal will be presenting next month with the Herman Learning Community. So I just wanted to make that note. All right, and to facilitate the flow of the presentation, just like last month, we are going to have each principal come up one after the other, and then we'll have opportunity at the end for questions and comments. And so now I would like to introduce Principal Jenilyn Kutsi, who is the lead principal of the Davis Learning Community.
Thank you, Assistant Principal Anna. Good evening to our board, Superintendent Chidas, members of our OGSD family and community members here tonight. My name is Jenilyn Kutsi, and I am the proud principal of the home of the Raiders, Davis Intermediate School. Let me. Over here. Yeah. Sorry, there we go. Some fun facts before I begin. I also am a former student, having graduated 8th grade at Davis many years ago, including actually board member Joe Glicar attended Davis with me and graduated in the 8th grade. My husband and 2 adult children, as well as at least 8 current staff members, also attended Davis. So it truly is a family with a community feel. I'm in my 24th year in OGSD, and at this school, having served as a school counselor, assistant principal, and now serving in my 6th year as the current principal. With me to present this evening is my co-administrator, assistant principal Jose Acosta.
Hello, Mr. Acosta, assistant principal.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. Here are a couple of photos of our school. On the right is a poster of our PBIS mantra and school-wide expectations. We practice the ERS in Raiders by displaying excellence, respect, and safety all around campus. Here are our vision and mission statements. We align our practices and support around academics, behavior, and social emotional strengths and needs. At Davis, we strive to create a middle school that positively engages students, staff, and our community. As a Davis community, we center our practices around our LOVE goals, which is an acronym we created standing for leveraging our vision equitably, growing our actions lovingly.
Board members, Dr. Titus, thank you for providing us an opportunity to share all the assets and skills that we bring to Davis. And as you can see, we got 544 students, fluctuates obviously with students coming in and out, a diverse group of population with a high level of Hispanic and Latinos. We have 27 amazing staff members that collaborate to work together to empower our students. We got 2 solid rockstar counselors and 23 classified dedicated staff members working to empower our students.
Our SIPSA, our site plan for student achievement goals, are aligned to our 5 district LCAP goals. We've highlighted some of our actions, resources, and allocations, which include instructional materials and supplies, and planning and release time for our teachers, mission support and co-taught classes to create inclusive environments for our students with disabilities, Wi-Fi hotspot distribution to students and families to increase connectivity, as well as creating safe and supportive environments for providing a full-time wellness center, school social workers, and mental health clinicians. Here's a snapshot of our California dashboard data. We use our data to drive our goals and actions. I wanted to point out 2 areas of success in the first row on the right. Our professional learning communities and collaboration have focused on our multi-language learners. So you will see we have increased proficiency by 4.2% for our English learners. And then on the bottom right, our suspension rate has declined by 3.5% due to our collective work around PBIS and restorative practices.
And some things about us, as you can tell, we are excited for our second year, our TWIBI program, working on biliteracy, bilingual for our students and promoting academics. We are working on the mental wellness of our students, incorporating the wellness center where students can go in, have some time to decompose, work with our counselors, our social worker on how to go ahead and help them get through the day. We also believe in obviously the athletic component. As Dr. Trias said, we're in a very competitive league, providing students with an outlet to use their physical activity to go through sports, soccer, basketball, volleyball. And our visual arts, our program, band, choir, and our cheerleading program, which you also saw probably earlier this year. And here are just some of the pictures: basketball, softball, volleyball, cheerleaders, cross country. And then the track that's being put up right now should be done very shortly. Fun fact, when you're flying San Jose Airport, if you look out the right side, I believe you can see the track. So I know you can't take out your phone, but you know, I want to promote a little bit. Go ahead.
We offer a broad choice of electives for our students, including those featured here, such as art, medical detectives, band, guitar, and music. We also have creative writing, leadership, photo, and ethnic studies. Here are photos of our extracurricular activities, our dances, our spirit rallies, lunchtime clubs, and college and career awareness. Bottom middle is a picture of our annual College Board Day, which has been in existence since the 90s, which features former Davis students currently in college who come back to speak to current 8th graders about their educational journey.
And as we partner with different groups in the community, we're definitely looking at how to work on the mental well-being and holistic approach with our students. So I have the Art of Yoga that works with our PE department. I believe once or twice a week, we have a Give Thanks program platform where students are able to go ahead and send positive messages to one another and staff. And Alamo Counseling Center, where they're able to meet with some of our students and help them manage the things that they feel a little uncomfortable sharing out in public, but being able to help them manage their days, their lives, and various interactions.
We have many ways our parents can be involved at Davis through school and district committees and my monthly meet and greets conducted in both Spanish and English. We encourage active parent engagement with our school. And in conclusion, I would like to highlight our Davis stakeholders' voices with a couple of testimonials featured here. A 7th grade parent states, "Your commitment to student well-being is evident, and we are deeply appreciative of the positive impact it has had on our child. Thank you, Davis staff and counselors that have made such an impact not only in my child's life, but ours too." Another says, "I have seen new changes and improvements not only for the school, but mainly for the students. My daughter is enthusiastic, happy, and motivated to come to school every day." And an 8th grade student states, "One of the best things about Davis is the support they offer you. Davis is a safe school that offers help and support to young growing kids that have a bright future to offer. Davis is a loving community." Thank you. And please follow us on our social media at Davis OGSD for more Raider highlights. I would now like to introduce Christopher Principal Marie Mabanag.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Chidas, Executive Team, and community. My name is Marie Mabanag, and I'm the proud principal of Christopher School, TK8 through school. I've had the greatest pleasure at being at my site for over 28 years. I started as an upper grade teacher, taught everything 4th through 8th grade, then became the literacy coach, and now the principal over there. You can see why I can see for all the years that I've been there that I consider Christopher School my second home and the community as my extended family. Christopher School is the first school established in the Oak Grove School District, and it is named after Christopher Ranch, the garlic guy. So that's who because it used to be all ranches around here. Way back in the day, the Christopher family served on the board just like all of you, as well as being active members in the Parent-Teacher Association. Our school is located on the farthest edge of the district near Hellier Park, where it borders the Franklin McKinley School District. Now, throughout the years, We have seen Christopher School go through a lot of changes, but what remains the same is our mission. And that is to make sure that every child's potential is achieved. We want our students to leave Christopher School knowing that during their educational time with us, that they were loved, cared for, and that we always believe that they can achieve anything that their heart desires. Oops. Thank you. Currently, we serve around 434 students because it fluctuates all the time, with our largest population being the Hispanic community. In addition, we have one of the highest percentages of multilingual learners at our school site. Our school is very unique and has a lot of special programs that help us become special. In fact, Christopher School is the home to 4 different programs. We have our structured English immersion program, which is our English strand. We have our TWEB dual language program, so we have 2 simultaneous language strands going up in our grades. We also have the STEM leadership program, which is a small 7th, 8th grade school program, and a TK through 6 autism program. One of the wonderful things I can say about Christopher School is we have a lot of firsts under its belt. Not only are we the first school in the Oak Grove School District, but we were one of the first school sites to be a SEAL demonstration site, where all our teachers were trained to support our large multilingual learners better. We were also one of the first schools in the district to have Leader in Me, a program that sees and believes that every student is a leader. Because of these 2 programs, our school was very used to having many visitors come throughout the year. Our 7th and 8th grade STEM Leadership Academy is a small schools program that has 1 class of 7th graders and 1 class of 8th graders. This program helps middle schooler students feel that they are important and that they can make a difference in our world. And our beautiful autism program helps all of us make sure that we celebrate and know that different is beautiful. Over the course of the last few years, Christopher School has worked hard to adjust their teaching, reflect on their work, and collect and analyze data around that teaching to help make a difference in their students' lives. If you look closely at our data, you can see that every indicator is headed in the positive direction. We have seen an increase in academics, especially with our multilingual learners, and a decline in suspension and chronic absenteeism. Through focused SIPSA goals that align with our district SIPSA goals around academic, inclusive learning environments, SEL, and family and community engagement, it is only a matter of time until we are exactly where we want to be, especially if we continue to have data drive our instruction and adjust to our students' needs. Some resources that we have put in place to help support our SIPSA goals have been a reading intervention teacher, an MTSS coach, a full-time social worker, a PE coach, and after-school interventions led by teachers. As I shared with you in the beginning, I've been at Christopher School a long time, and there's a reason for that. There's something special at our site where many of our past students return each year to come and visit to just say hi or let us know how their lives are going. Many of our parents come and work for us in one capacity or another. It's our health clerk, our secretary, our instructional assistant, and our yard duty. And we have a lot of support from our community members and our parent team to help our students grow. Some examples are the Martha Nino Foundation that provides books and presentations to help inspire our students to go after their dreams, especially living in Silicon Valley. The Costco Reading Program that donates their time, as well as their pizza, to help increase students' reading. And the RISE program from the Valley Christian High School, where various high school students come after school to do science activities with their kiddos. This is just a touch of the amazing family and community events that we do each year. Board, I look forward to you coming to our campus one day. When you do, I know you will feel the same way that many of us do, and that our campus is filled with love. Love for learning, love for our community, and love for each other. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce my fellow DLC principal, Krista Gonzalez, proud principal of Edenville School.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Yu, and Superintendent Dr. Chidas. My name is Carissa Gonzalez, and I am the proud principal of Edenville Elementary. It is my honor to present to you this evening. This is my 16th year in the district, and before becoming principal, I used to teach 5th and 6th grade at Edenville. I left for a little while to go to Davis and be their AP, but I felt like I was coming home, like the song, back in 2022 when I was selected as principal. One of my favorite parts of being the principal is seeing my families back from when I was a teacher and also being visited by my former students. Edenville Elementary offers a two-way bilingual immersion TWEBE program in conjunction with a structured English immersion SEI strand side by side, similar to Christopher. Families across the district are able to opt in to our TWEBE program, thus having the ability to learn in both English and Spanish. As you can see in this part of our slide, our PBIS mantra is that all students at Edenville are safe, courteous, and do their personal best. Edenville is located in the northern part of our district, right off of Blossom Hill and Monterey Road, nestled along Highway 101. Although we are a program option school, the majority of our students do live in the neighborhood and oftentimes are seen walking to school with their families. Our vision for our students at Edenville is that they are college-bound, career-ready, lifelong learners. Our mission is to develop high-achieving students, effective communicators, and skilled problem solvers. To help make this happen, students engage in and with culturally relevant materials where their language and backgrounds are seen as assets from which they can build upon. At Edenville, we have approximately 350 students enrolled. 6 of those classes are dual language classes from kindergarten to 6th grade, and we have 8 SEI classes that begin in TK all the way to 6th. The majority of our population is Hispanic here at 86%, followed by 8% of Asian, 2.5% Black and African American, and 2% Filipino, 1% white. We do have the highest percentage of ELs at over 60% and the highest percentage of socially economically disadvantaged students at a little over 70%. But altogether, we are Edenville. Our SIPSA goals at Edenville align with the district LCAP goals and mirror many of my colleagues that you are hearing from tonight. With that being said, this year, our instructional leadership team has really wanted to focus on goal number 2 around the academic achievement of our ELs and goal number 4, actively engaging parents and community members. Because of this, we have been able to bring in a reading interventionist, 2 part-time social workers, a recess helper, and a full-time coordinator that runs our wellness center 5 days a week. This is our most recent dashboard. We have had some challenges academically, and we are working on it. With continued focus and determination from our teachers and students, we will get there. Equally important, when I do my walkthroughs or we're walking through gallery walks in classrooms, students are seen happy, safe, eager to share their learning and show us their accomplishments. About us, we are a small but mighty staff consisting of 14 classroom teachers. Those last names that you see on the slide with an asterisk represent our dual language teachers. Altogether, all the grades above reflect both our TWEB and our SEI strand. Collaboration, regardless of strand or language that they teach in, happen amongst staff and happen across grade levels. As I mentioned before, Edenville boasts a strong dual language strand from kindergarten through 6th and is a flagship demonstration site for the Sobrato Early Academic Language SEAL model. Visits include employees and administrators from districts across the state, investors, and assembly members who impact policy and future funding in education. More importantly, when SEAL visits, there is a joy for learning from both students and teachers. And Edenville has been featured in many of the SEAL videos that are used across the state, and it is a testament to our teachers' hard work. Edenville is also home to the groundbreaking college-bound program called Adopt a College. The Adopt a College program instills collective self-efficacy around attending and graduating from college and promises a college scholarship to every former Edenville student who graduates from high school. Since its inception, under former Principal Merle Smith, the Adopt a College program has awarded over 775 awards, or scholarships, I should say, totaling over $500,000. In the past, donations have come from auctions that have been held, our annual pancake breakfast, which happens to be this Saturday if you're available, where we work with community partners to make and serve hundreds of pancakes to our families. To share how our Adopt a College scholarship has impacted our students, I'd like to invite one of my former students, who happens to have a little brother in 5th grade this year, Yoselin Chamorro.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Yoselin. I am a current student at CSUMB, where I'm majoring in global studies with an additional minor in business. I'm honored here today to share how Edenville and the Adopt a College program has impacted me. Growing up in Edenville, I have always felt supported by my community, and that support has continued into my college journey. The Adopt a College scholarship has helped alleviate tuition costs, allowing me to focus on my studies and future goals. Looking back, Edenville holds some of my most cherished memories. Every teacher and staff member I had has helped shape me in some way by either encouraging me in the classroom or simply making school a place I love to be. Edenville gave me the foundation to succeed, and it's bittersweet to be moving forward. I will always carry those lessons with me and be grateful to be a part of a school and a community that continues to support me and others beyond elementary school. Thank you.
If you look closely, she's on the bottom right-hand corner as my 6th grade student. So that was at promotion. And in the bigger picture, she just happens to be right in the bottom, in the middle, and she received her scholarship last year. So I made her come in here to speak some good things. And in our last slide shows more of our students and teacher professional learning. Over the summer, a group of teachers and I, in the middle right here, attended the MTSS conference, where we learned various strategies that we brought back to Edenville and that we've begun to implement this year. In the fall, in the picture on the bottom right, our 4th graders were selected by the San Jose Police Department to participate in what they call Star Camp, where students spend a week in the mountains free of charge. My hope for you all this evening is that you've gotten a quick peek of what students get to experience at Edenville. Our campus is joyful, safe, multicultural, and a place where students and families come together. We truly are a family. Again, thank you for this opportunity and for your attention. And I'd like to welcome up Principal of Hayes Elementary, Mrs. Cochran.
Esteemed board, Superintendent Chidas, exec team, everybody else in here, including my former student teacher. Hello, I am Principal Tracy Cochran, and I am so honored to serve as the principal at Hayes Elementary for the past 19 years. My dedication to neighborhood school runs deep. I hope as I share more about our school, you'll recognize that commitment. I believe the school should view the community as a valuable resource, just as the community should see the school as an integral part of the neighborhood and an extension of the family. That was our mantra there of being respectful, responsible, safe, and kind. You'll hear more about that later. This is a snapshot of our front office. I just wanted you to see the people that are there to greet our folks every day. This just happened to be a day when Superintendent Chidas came to visit. Ms. Carla Dickerson, our secretary, and Maria Cortez, our health clerk, have both worked at Hayes longer than even I have in various capacities, and their children, who are now adults, went to Hayes as well. I'm a slow clicker, sorry. Although we are not a multi-boundary school, we do receive many students from the Del Roble area if they wish to come to an English-only instruction school. During school consolidation several years ago, our own boundaries changed greatly, and we blended students from the closed minor site, as well as because of the changed boundaries, we took students from Glider and Del Roble prior to it becoming Tweeby. This is a beautiful picture of the front of our school that happened to have been taken during COVID. And here's our school mission statement. I was hoping that you would just notice that the central focus for our school is on meeting the child where they are at and are working with the staff, families, and communities to reach their full potential. Here are our demographics for our school. As of today, we have 472 students. We usually average around 480. Our demographics are primarily made of Hispanic Latino, followed by 20% Asian. We have 166 multilingual students, and 52 of them are newcomers. This is a picture of our Hayes staff. They are amazing. So when former Superintendent Manny Barbera invited me to take the position at Hayes 19 years ago, he said the Hayes teachers would love to have an enthusiastic cheerleader. I know I may not look like a cheerleader today, 19 years later, but I have somehow evolved into more of a mascot grandmother for the entire school. Our teachers are a mixture of teachers that have been there even longer than me. So at least 4 staff members have been there a very long time, as well as like 8 energetic, enthusiastic newbies, some people that kind of came in the middle, and several teachers that also came from minor when minor closed. But all together, we are one big happy family. Here's some more people from our family. So we have many great programs going on at Hayes. We have a very vibrant after-school program, the Boys and Girls Club. This is Danny Reyes, who's our leader of our after-school club for boys and girls. We also have Catalyst Kids. Some other things I'm really proud about is that we have really focused on reading intervention at Hayes. And this is one of our reading interventions teachers at the bottom. She has little hearts on her sweater. She's so sweet. She is a retired teacher, Mrs. Fetterman, and she, along with a teacher that we share with Christopher, Andrea Katz, and also another retired teacher, Tricia Toff, work with our students who are struggling readers, and they get great results. We also have, I love our PE program. So we are using Busy Getting Stronger this year. And this is Nate and Noah, they're brothers, and they have become big brothers to all the students at our school. The kids love them. This is our California dashboard, and I know that we're not exactly where we need to be, but I just wanted to make sure that you know that we are working on it. Part of the thing we're doing is all this reading intervention, because if students can read, they can also do math word problems. And 48.6% of our EL students are making progress. I didn't include our suspension data, but because so many of the staff members have gone through restorative practices as well as myself, we didn't have any suspensions last year. For family involvement, I just wanted to make sure you knew we have a very active home and school club. We try to focus on things that aren't all related to fundraising. We like to do community events, family dances, movies, dinner night out. So we really focus on those community building activities. We do have a lot of volunteers at Hayes. We have a lot of parent volunteers who want to go on field trips, all approved by the district. And we are a SEAL school, so we do have a lot of involvement from parents for like SEAL projects, take-home projects that they work on with their students. We also have a program called Readers Are Leaders, and these are retired teachers that come in and read to second and third graders and bring them lots and lots of lovely books, which the students then can take home. We have all members of the district committees as well. So this is a little bit about our academic programs. We do focus a lot on social emotional learning. Like I said, many of the teachers and myself have been trained in restorative practices. Our PBIS mantra guides us every day, and our yard duties and all the staff. We are a SEAL school, so our SEAL strand goes from TK to 5th. And I am also proud that they use our adopted curriculum and always have, finding ways to marry it in with the SEAL strategies that they have learned. These are some pictures of some of the projects, the take-home projects. The volcano one is super awesome. These are our SIPSA goals, which of course are aligned with the district goals and all the goals of my my friendly principals from DLC. And some of the things I just wanted to call attention to here are that the staff have been actively involved in professional learning communities for quite some time. Our ELTP, Joan Fossum, has provided some really great PDs this year, especially around how to work with newcomers. And we have worked a lot on parent engagement, making sure we have as many parents involved as we can. And I have tried to really try to find a way to get parents to read the things that come out from the school. And I've accomplished it, I think, finally, by not giving them lengthy letters, but by sending them 5 fun facts for the week. And they love that. Here's just a couple casual pictures of the rest of our Husky family. Our custodians, Olga and Madeleine on the bottom left, they are amazing. Hayes is probably the cleanest school in the district, and if you don't believe me, you can come and see it for yourself. That's our Boys and Girls Club right above them. This is Mr. Kamath in the middle, who's doing a PBIS assembly. He works with me closely, and those are his student helpers who are from our student council. Down below is Miss Dorothy, who greets students at the gate every day. She's our instructional assistant for our special education, which is our resource program at Hayes. And that's the mascot. I wonder who that is. The last picture on the right is our Christmas picture, our holiday picture. And this is our Husky family. I'm so proud of them. And if you want to come to a school with a great family vibe, please come and visit Hayes. Oh, I'm going to introduce you to Sparky, otherwise known as Principal Park from Parkview.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Executive Team, and Community. I am Stephanie Park. I have the privilege of serving my first year as the principal at Parkview. And yes, you heard that. It's Park at Parkview. Coincidence maybe, destiny absolutely, but I think it was meant to be. So as a Title I school, we take immense pride in our students, staff, and families working together to foster a supportive, enriching, and inclusive environment. Our Panther mascot isn't just a symbol, it represents the strength, resilience, and championship spirit of our students who rise to challenges with determination and heart every day. We are incredibly proud of our diverse and dynamic school community, and I am honored to share with you tonight what makes Parkview such a special place for our students and families. And thank you for your time and your unwavering support of all of our schools. Our Parkview mission is clear and deeply rooted in everything we do. We foster a respectful, responsible, and safe environment where student learning extends across all content areas. Success is a team effort. Our teachers, parents, and community work together to ensure that every student thrives. We empower our students to be active, positive contributors to their community and to embrace lifelong learning. Our goal is to equip them with the skills, confidence, and the need so they can reach their potential. And at our core values, our Panthers are positively respectful, responsible, and safe. And those values are not just words on a wall, they are the foundation of our school, that culture and guide us in everything we do. So at Parkview, we have 556 students across 21 general education classes from TK to 6 that reflect the rich cultural diversity of our community. 70% identify as Hispanic Latino, 17.6 as Asian, with the rest representing white, Native Hawaiian, or other Pacific Islander, and Black or African American backgrounds. Additionally, 37.5% are multi-language learners, bringing a wealth of language and cultures to our school. This diversity enriches our learning environment, fosters inclusion, and strengthens our community. And we are proudly celebrate the unique backgrounds and students that bring to Parkview. Regular attendance, we know, is essential for student success, and we are committed to fostering a culture of engagement and presence every day. Our attendance data pulled as of February 23rd show an overall attendance rate at 90.41%. Our Asian students have an attendance rate of 95%, while our Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander students with a lead with at 98.18%. However, chronic absenteeism remains a concern for our American Indian, Alaska Native, 2 or more races, and our Black African American students. Our Hispanic Latino students, who make up the majority of our population, have an attendance rate of 90.33, very closely aligned with our school's overall average. We recognize the critical link between attendance and academic success and continue to implement strategies to encourage daily attendance and regular student engagement. And we understand that regular attendance is a key factor in our student success. And we are committed to supporting and encouraging our students to be present, engaged every day. And so to help promote that, what we see is that we recognize perfect attendance in our classrooms each month. And we sent Parent Square messages communicating to our families to honor our students and our families for their commitment. Understandably, that improved attendance also supports our district financially. So every day counts, and together we are building a culture for showing up for success. Similar to our counterparts, our SIPSA is aligned with the LCAP of our district to ensure that all of our students thrive. Our key goals include academic excellence, equity and acceleration, inclusive education, family and community engagement, safe and an engaging environment. And we know that these goals are commitment to academic excellence, equity, and a strong school community. Our California dashboard underscores the need for growth in English language arts, math, English learner progress. While our suspension rate remains in the orange, indicating a need for improvement, we remain committed to supporting positive behavior and student well-being. Though we face some challenges, we continue to use our data to drive our goals and support the whole child, ensuring academic, social, and emotional success. What's not represented in the California dashboard is a student safety, connectedness, and belonging. Where 87% of our students feel safe at Parkview, most or all of the time, compared to 91% of the district. 71% of our students reported having a trusted adult that they can turn to for advice, share good news, or talk with a problem. While we recognize an area for academic growth, we remain committed to creating a safe, inclusive, and supportive environment where students feel connected and valued. In taking pride in offering a well-rounded education that supports both academic success and social emotional growth, here's what stands out for us is that we do have, for academic support, we have a full-time reading interventionist who supports literacy development. We have a full-time ELTP to support a multilingual learners. For social emotional well-being, we have support 4 out of the 5 days with interns in the LMFT. And our teachers prioritize relationship building and SEL lessons throughout the year. Additionally, our students benefit from a PE program with BGS. Looking at our school culture and leadership, our PE program not only promotes physical well-being, but also offers leadership opportunities for our intermediate students. We also have PBS and Leader in Me, where our students earn paw prints and engage in community leadership through our 7 habit incentives activities. We have partnerships with the San Jose Police Department, and we have the Think Together program after school that serves about 140 students. We also have the VAPA for the arts and music programs for our students. Our students could not be here tonight, but to showcase our Leader in Me, the habit number 7 introduction. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. We are excited to showcase our amazing 2nd grade students. So we'll hear from them so that they truly listen with empathy and understand others.
Here we go.
Elementary school. My name is Benji Scott. Parkview is a proud leader in the school. We are excited to share our song for having fun. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. This habit teaches us to listen carefully to others when we share our thoughts. In our songs, we will show you how important it is to listen and understand each other. We hope you enjoy it.
They wanted to come tonight, but it was a little bit late. So, but thank you. So we wanted to celebrate our partnerships, and this is just a collage that capture the heart of Parkview. Our dedicated staff, our incredible students, and our strong community partnerships. From our noon supervisors and custodians,
who work tirelessly to support our students, to our Leader in Me Awards, who recognize the leadership, to our 50th anniversary celebration with Mayor Matt Mahan. We were proudly received a commendation. So these moments highlight our school's impact. Our community efforts reflect a commitment to service and pride in our neighborhood. So Parkview is more than just a school. It's a community built on learning, leadership, and lasting connections. So we invite you to experience Parkview firsthand to see and feel the Parkview pride. So here's to the next 50 years. And as we celebrate Parkview's legacy, I'd like to introduce another incredible DLC school. It's STEAM at Stipe. And so here is Principal Tilson.
Good evening. We're so excited to be here today to tell you about STEAM at Stipe Elementary, a school with longtime traditions celebrating our 5th year as a STEAM-focused school. I'm Lauren Tilson, the principal of STEAM at Stipe. I started with the STEAM program in 2019 as the English learner teaching partner and returned last year as a principal.
I'm Michelle Leek. I'm the STEAM coach and I'm the program coordinator since our first year as a STEAM school. 2020 was that when we started. From the moment our students enter our program, they learn to identify as techies, researchers, engineers, creatives, and innovators.
STEAM at Stipe celebrates and values our diverse backgrounds.
We take an integrated whole child approach, so students develop mindsets that get them excited to learn.
Our makerspace is just one of the various learning environments that supports dynamic and inclusive teaching and learning.
We collaborate with local organizations to enrich our STEAM program.
We're a small school with just over 300 students in TK through 6th grade, including 12 students who are in a very specialized therapeutic program, and additionally, about 35 students who are part of our special day class preschool program. We're proud of our diversity and our multilingualism at STEAM at Stipe. As you can see, the students at STEAM at Stipe feel safe at school, and they have trusted adults nearby. Our community liaison, our OGSD mental health intern, and Alum Rock Counseling help support the well-being of all of our students.
Our teachers know our students and families, and our teachers' dedication to student potential help launch a STEAM program unlike any other in our district.
And our therapeutic program provides extensive emotional and behavioral support and educational access through mainstreaming. Our preschool special day classes nurture the development of the youngest learners on our campus. With the help of our amazing support staff, we are able to meet the needs of our struggling readers, students with IEPs, and our multilingual learners.
In 2020, we revamped our SST system to support struggling students with 1-hour family meetings, improving attendance, and reducing absenteeism.
Our science scores have been increasing in the last few years. Our multilingual learners are on track to becoming proficient in English. Our math and ELA scores have been steady, and we continue to work toward improvement. While we dedicate time to greater academic success, we know that we cannot get there without building strong partnerships with our families and ensuring that the emotional needs of our students are met. This is reflected in our school-wide goals for student achievement.
These are just a few of the programs that build a school culture of collaboration, creativity, risk-taking, and leadership. Each class has a dedicated weekly makerspace session for design challenges, kit building, cardboard prototyping, circuitry, coding, and robotics. The SEAL model integrates language and literacy across all subjects. As one of OGSD's first SEAL cohorts, our teachers lead in its implementation, empowering multilingual learners with affirming, joyful teaching. Each week at our community gatherings, we come together to celebrate the achievements of our students as they develop their leadership skills. BGS Kids works closely with student leaders to design an inclusive recess with clear expectations so play is fun for everyone. The District VAPA team further enriches our STEAM program through dance, music, theater, and visual arts.
These are just some of the examples of the extracurricular opportunities available to STEAM at Stipe students. Kelly Flores and her team make our Boys and Girls Club exceptional, serving 140 of our students. Students can attend STEAM Saturdays to make up for school day absences. Our PFA and teachers work together to make sure each grade level can attend 2 to 3 field trips per year. The Lunchtime Media Club empowers students to create Leader in Me videos for our morning announcements. Each year, our 6th graders have the opportunity to attend Camp Campbell Outdoor Science Camp. We also added 2 new after-school programs this year, Girls Who Code and the Tech Challenge.
With the help of our PFA, we schedule and plan out monthly community STEAM events, a blend of both new and time-honored traditions. Our growing PFA raises funds for memorable experiences that engage our students and families in STEAM learning, STEAM futures, and help fund our makerspace. We host a family coding night during Computer Science Week. RAF Bay Area and one of our family's food trucks helped us create a memorable family STEAM night filled with playful learning. Our annual Harvest Festival now features student-designed carnival games and interactive experiences, and always at STEAM at Stipe, plenty of food. Our Las Posadas and Lunar New Year celebrations give our students opportunities to perform, dance, and sing on our outdoor stage. During Math Week, we host a math festival to inspire confidence and joy in math. The RAF Maker Mobile comes for 2 days in a row to inspire all our classes to make their own experiments with recycled materials. Our Cinco de Mayo celebration of Mexican culture, cuisine, and traditions has been going on for 32 years. In May, our STEAM Showcase is an interactive display of student learning, creativity, and the growth of our dynamic STEAM program.
Thank you so much for listening and for allowing us to share with you some of the great things about our school. We encourage you to follow us on Facebook for more updates.
Thank you. And that concludes the presentation from our principals from the Davis Learning Community. And at this time, we'll take questions and comments from the board.
All right, so I apologize to the other principals, but I'm gonna pick on Miss Kutsi a little bit because I have known her for the longest. Yes, we did go to Davis, and I still have my Davis Bucks with me. I don't know if you guys use those still or not. There you go. And then we also graduated from Oak Grove High School together. Her husband and I were very good friends at Oak Grove High School, so I know him also fairly well.
So it's delightful to see you progress through Oak Grove School District. I know I'm new here, but you've been here for a long time. So thank you for your dedication. And from a Davis perspective, since I attended Davis, it's a completely different school, is what I'm seeing. And although I am sad for one thing, when I did attend, we did plant a tree for one of our teachers, and I believe that tree was taken down, which I felt kind of sad about. But I know that was there was something wrong with it, but that's just me. And then from Parkview, I know I met the principal the other day. I had an opportunity. She took me around and she gave me a tour, and it's a wonderful school, wonderful library also that they have there for the students to come in and kind of do reading and pick up. The one comment, I guess, if I'm allowed to make one, is I did see a couple of concerns, which hopefully I'll get a chance to talk to the board and Yvonne about, which was attendance. I did see about 25% of the population across the board. There was a significant amount of attendance problems. So I don't know if there's something that we can do there to assist this you and the principals to put in some programs. And then additionally, for some of the math and English programs to try and see how we can support you in terms of increasing some of the numbers that we're seeing across the board. So that would be just my one comment. But thank you all for the principals that did come and provide your presentations. It's wonderful schools, wonderful programs that you do have. The extracurricular activities that the parents participate in. I'm delighted to see that you are getting that participation and you're getting that support that you'd require.
I just wanted to have some comments. First, for Edenvale and your college program. Over 20 years ago, I actually got to attend one of your ceremonies where you handed out scholarships when I worked for the council member. And it always stuck with me, that particular program, because so many of our children, especially who have poor socioeconomic conditions at home and their families are facing challenges, it gives them that spark of hope that they can still have that achievable goal of attending college, that it is a reality for them, regardless of what's going on right now at their house, that they can achieve that and that there will be a financial support for them at the end of it. And so I'm glad that it's still happening, and I would love to attend any ceremonies that you guys have surrounding that and pancake breakfast to support those efforts. Very familiar with Hayes. My brother actually attended Hayes. So for a little while, you were the principal at that time. So familiar. My grandparents actually have a home right next to the elementary school. So it's great to see that they're still going really well. Wanted to congratulate Christopher on their increase of math, almost 17 points. That's drastic and dramatic in a great way. And I'm glad to see that you're on the right track. And those kids will eventually go to Davis and help push those rates up too, if they're doing so well in math. So that's great to see. For the STEAM at Stipe, I'm a woman who codes. And so it's really exciting to see the programs. And I could even tell by your presentation, the kind of work that you're doing over there. You know, I actually learned to code 3 years ago, and I started my software company 2 years ago. And so it's really exciting to see the kids get into it and get their hands on it so early. Because once you learn that language, you really don't forget it, and you can take on the additional new languages that are coming up every day. You know, I know SQL, Python, and R. There's always going to be and the next iteration, and AI is coming in full force. So large language models. And if the kids could get into that right now, it will really benefit them in their future and doing school, you know, stuff in high school and learning how to Excel. I mean, just knowing Excel really changes a student's life when they're doing research. And so it's so great to see all those programs. Would love to learn more and be on campus. And I'd love to talk to some of the girls that are coding out there to see, you know, that it's a reality out here, that you can start your own business once you learn how to wrap your hands around some coding languages. So that's awesome. And I love to see that Davis had so many different community partnerships out there. I think that's really integral into the success for our families, and that we can bring together nonprofits and our different organizations to fully serve our community. I'd love to see more partnerships with the other schools as we move towards a community school model, that we're serving a whole family to ensure that the kids are doing their best within the classroom, so that they have the supports on the outside as well. So thank you very much.
Hello, I just want to say, wow, well, these students are very lucky to have adults like you that are very committed and have a strong passion for what you do. I really enjoyed the presentation and seeing the pictures. I really wish I could be there in person and visit the schools more often. I hear all the great work from the executive team, and I hear it when you guys come up here, but you're seeing the slides and the picture, you just puts it all together, how you guys are dedicated, and these kids are very, very lucky. So I enjoyed the presentation, all the programs you guys have. I enjoyed it a lot. I was zooming into the pictures here on my computer. You're seeing the kids doing their thing. But yeah, I mean, they're very lucky, and just gives me like, it reminds me of when I was in school, like how the teachers were there for me and how I got through it. So yes, I know these kids are feeling the same, and they're gonna really appreciate you in the future. I really appreciate what you guys do, and I look forward to one day going to your schools. I drive by them a lot. I see them a lot. I go with my kid to go find the next basketball court to play basketball, and but one day I really hope that I could make time to visit your schools, and I look forward to it. But thank you for what you do.
And again, I want to thank everyone for your presentations. It was amazing to hear all the work that you're doing. Thank you so much. It was wonderful to hear from Davis as far as the declining in absenteeism, and just seeing that happen. That's going to be something that we really, really just need to focus on. I loved hearing about or seeing there's a folklorico club there. Again, that's my passion and heart. And knowing that I teach at City College Folklorico, one of the things that they go back when they're in college is when they're in elementary school and junior high, their experiences in dancing folklorico in elementary school and junior high. So know that those things matter. I do want to say for Christopher, again, the community, the Marta Niños, that's just, spoke volumes to me. Again, with the 75% Latinos, I know that it's going to be important for them to connect and have that. As far as Edenville, one of the questions that I had in regards to that is the DLI and the SEI. Can you give me those acronyms?
Yeah, so dual language immersion is synonymous with the two-way bilingual immersion.
Okay.
So you'll see those acronyms together. And then SEI is structured English immersion.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the non-dual immersion classes.
Okay, wonderful. And again, with the Edenville, again, that the scholarship program is just amazing. And again, I believe this whole board wants to be a part of that. I think it's very important. It's something that we've already seen someone share their experience on what that feels like and how it engages. And so that's wonderful. With Hayes, Area 1. And so this is my neighborhood. And so thank you for your presentation. I have been on that campus. I felt very welcomed and loved by just your staff. And so I really like the Catalyst kids, and also knowing the reading intervention is so important, just doing the Reading Across America this last week and just how engaged the students become when it comes to reading. So thank you. As far as Parkview, the positive behavior and intervention support, I think across the board that's going to be needed. I hear time and time again that there's a lot of different items that need to be dealt with. And so I'm not sure if that's something Assistant Superintendent Anna, as far as for the positive behavior intervention support that Parkview shared, is that something that everyone is a part of?
PBIS is system-wide across all of our schools in the district, yes, and that's positive behavior interventions and supports.
Okay, and so everyone's able to tap into that and
Yes.
we take professional development.
All
and
of our
that?
schools have developed their PBIS mantras, their expectations, all of their lesson plans that they teach to the students to lay the foundation for what's expected and establish their reinforcement system. So all of the schools were involved, the teachers and the staff. It's a whole school buy-in process.
Okay.
And each year they implement the PBIS and we assess it and we evaluate our PBIS program. And that's why we have so many of our schools have received awards, PBIS awards, because we apply for those and based on our assessment. So it is quite part of our culture in Oak Grove.
Okay, okay. It's my first time hearing about it, and seeing that on a slide was very important. So thank you
Great.
for that. And STEAM STEP, I was just there. I enjoyed my time there. So thank you again. The extra with the management, the attendance, and then also the STEAM Saturdays. That's just amazing. One thing that I would like just to again lastly comment on is the declining of across the board the test scores, and what is our plan to increase that? I know that it's across the board, so it's not just one school or the other. It's just our test scores are just very low. And where are we at?
Yeah, so I mean, in a nutshell, we did present last month to the board the local control accountability plan, but our plan is encompassed in the LCAP, which we're currently developing. Each of the schools pointed out their SIPSA goals, and they are currently developing their single plan for student achievement. So they're looking at their data, their mid-year data, they're bringing their data and an analysis of their actions to all of their stakeholder groups and getting input on what has impacted students and how they can tweak or change their program and their plans for next school year. And their school site council has to approve their SIPSA plans. So, so we'll be seeing those plans. You'll see those come to the board and have the opportunity to read and approve them. So it is a system-wide effort, district-wide, and also school sites have ownership over their plans as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, principals in the Davis community. I do echo many of the sentiments and comments that were shared by my fellow board members. I think as I was listening to your presentations, a couple of adjectives came to mind to describe your communities. And they were, for me, it was vibrant, dynamic, diverse, and robust. I think as the schools that serve many of our district's highest need students, it's very clear that you all have put in collective efforts and a lot of love into creating inclusive and engaging learning environments that offer our students with strong, robust, and engaging learning opportunities to really help them set them on a path for future success. I do have it on my list at some point to visit all of your school sites. If there are any events, please invite me to them. I'm always happy to attend if I have space in my calendar. And I do want to say a couple of thank yous. So I think for those of you who started out as students or who have left and have come back, thank you for coming back to work in Oak Grove. For those that have stayed for a very long time, I thank you for your loyalty, your longevity, as well as your commitment to your school communities. Thank you to all of you for synergizing. I'm very well versed in Leader in Me habits, habit 4, and engaging with your school and community and neighborhood partners. Thank you for building on each of your community's cultural and linguistic assets and wealth. And finally, thank you for your strong leadership. It really, I think, takes a strong leader and a dynamic leader to lead and motivate and encourage school sites. And again, I just thank you for all of that. So I think with that, it's late. You are all free to go home, be with your families, eat dinner, sleep. Yes, thank you. Yes, we actually have, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead.
So Ms. Anna, I just had a follow-up question. So I know you do this on a biennial basis. So you do a mid-year assessment and you do a end of the year assessment. Is there any hopes of moving that to more of a quarterly assessment and trying to implement some changes during the school year to adjust? And so if you're getting low scoring in math, and to adjust then and there for that grade level rather than waiting till the next grade level to make those adjustments.
Yeah, so you're talking about our benchmark, our academic
Yeah.
benchmark assessments. Yeah, we do a diagnostic in the beginning of the year, the mid-year and the end of the year. In addition, there are other formative assessments that happen in the classrooms. The teachers provide formative assessments that they use to monitor student progress. As far as adjusting our assessment schedule, we work through our district curriculum team. That's a committee of representatives from all of our school sites to make, give input about curriculum, assessments, and every few years we look at the district benchmark assessments, and teachers make recommendations. We discuss as a committee what are the needs of the school sites and what are some plans moving forward. So through our DCT, we can certainly look at our assessment schedule and discuss the opportunity to take multiple assessments. The reason why we have a beginning of the year, mid-year, and end of year, really it does align with our parent conference report card or semester breaks for the middle schools and end of the year report card. So it ties in nicely with the rest of the school calendar, but having opportunities to look at data on an ongoing basis is something that schools are always looking for. So we can bring that up through the DCT.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to see. I fully understand where you're going from doing the assessment and then applying it to the next year, but my fear is that if they're not progressing within that year, then the next year it becomes even more challenging. I don't know what the likelihood of that is, but it would be good to understand that. However, it would be nice to see throughout the year that progress kind of being represented, and then as they move forward, that helps them kind of increase that overall success rate.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we will be taking a 5-minute break at this time. Thank you. All right, we will adjourn, no, re-adjourn, restart, reconvene. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. We are going to reconvene. All right, so let's move on to information item 7.2, OGSD Mental Health Systems of Support. Assistant Superintendent Enna, can you please present this item?
Yes. We share and slideshow. Here we go. All right. Well, we have members of our Student, Family, and Community Services team here to present this item on mental health systems of support in Oak Grove School District. So mental health is an important part of a child's overall health and well-being, and it can affect how children think, feel, act, and learn. Mental health and wellness became an increased need during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, and we had COVID relief funding available to increase our mental health supports at that time. And that funding has since expired. However, our school district has continued to maintain most of those supports through supplemental funding, which is outlined in the LCAP. I also wanted to mention that there is a new initiative, newish, the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, or CYBE, that aims to increase mental health and behavioral health services for children. So our tiered systems of supports address students' mental health and wellness. And in tonight's presentation, you'll get an overview and a better understanding of the systems of support that we provide our teams, and just a deeper look at the mental health, social work, and community-based partnerships that we have to serve our students. Our estimated mental health investment is approximately $4.8 million. And our team is here to share all of this information with you in detail. So I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Genevieve Dorsey, our Student, Family, and Community Services Director.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Enna. Good evening, President Yu, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Chidas, Executive Team, community. Thank you for the opportunity to present and share out Oak Grove's mental health systems and supports. In Oak Grove, our mental health is supported by LCAP Goal 4 through our social work, community liaison support, and school link services. And in Goal 5 through our mental health and counseling services, social emotional learning, and restorative practices. There we go. All schools in our district practice positive behavior intervention supports, as we had a brief discussion on in the last presentation, where we focus on positive classroom climate. We have access to various social emotional learning resources and community liaison support. So far, 10 cohorts of teachers and administrators have been trained on the restorative practices for proactive circles for community building in the classroom and restorative circles for conflict resolution and problem solving in the classroom. Within our district, sites have integrated various social and emotional learning curriculums like Leader in Me, as you saw in the Davis Learning Community, Positive Discipline, and Second Steps. In middle school, SEL is taught through an advisory period. While many classrooms have implemented calming corners as an area within the classroom to practice self-regulation, you heard, I think last month, from the Director of Operations, Mr. Altamirano, that there are plans to fund the establishment of these spaces in every classroom throughout the district. Our community liaisons provide an invaluable resource to our district, fostering positive connections with students and families and providing an important voice for student and family advocacy. While this slide could not capture the totality and the nuances of the community liaison job, it's also worth mentioning that community liaisons support families with connections to community resources. I wonder if Sue's still here. Here she is. Our academic counselors at each, we have 2 academic counselors at each middle school. These counselors really understand the importance of mental health and social support, that mental health and social support play in learning, especially at this formative age. Within the scope of mental health, our counselors play instrumental roles in providing a safe space for students to express themselves, to check in about school and non-school related activities or things that are going on with them, as well as provide mediation support when the need arises. School psychologists provide yet another level of mental health support in Oak Grove School District. We have 13 school psychologists that support our 18 schools and our preschool program. Their roles include, but aren't limited to, psychoeducational evaluation or assessment, consultation, providing counseling services to students with IEPs, as well as supporting on an emergency crisis response basis. And tonight, I'm pleased to invite our district mental health team to provide a little deeper insight into our mental health, our social work, and our school link services. And so first up, I'd like to welcome Mr. Jimmy Brown and Ms. Natalie Mora to share about our mental health intern program.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for letting us talk about mental health. I have a passion for mental health. I think it's something that's not discussed very widely across the board, and now we're starting to get into a place where we have to respect it at the level that we're at now. So thank you for hearing us. Thank you for asking us questions. Thank you for asking us to be here. This started for me, and I want to say thank you all, and hello to everyone. And Damari, Daddy will be home before bedtime. So this started a while ago. I went to Dr. Yvonne Chaidez's office in 2019 before the pandemic, and I asked him, I said, because I can only see 32 clients throughout the middle schools, and the elementary schools didn't get served. So a buddy of mine said, hey, I have a guy who wants to be an intern. So I asked Yvonne, hey, can I do this? He said, you know what, go for it. So I was all right. I started with 1. Then I got an application for 2, and then it was 4. And then halfway through the year, I had 5. And the next thing you know, I got to see the impact of me being able to teach therapists how to do therapy. And my approach is I have to allow my clinicians to be who they are. So they're not trying to be Jimmy Brown from East San Jose, but they're being who they are from their background, representing their culture, their people, and having a passion with the equitable lens to support as many people, as many students as we can with a level of excitement and passion and love. So we use an attachment-based theory, and that comes from me because what I want all our kids at each and every school, because we serve all 18 schools, to have at least one adult that they know that they can trust and that they can talk to and they can express how they feel. And it started from 5 first year, then there's 10, now we got 16. So I know it's heavy load for me, and I love it, and I'm passionate about it. We have different levels though. We have trainees who are still in school. So they're the ones who are in school and learning how to be therapists. We have associates who graduated and are working on their hours towards licensure. And we have Miss Natalie Mora here, who's licensed now. Congratulations once again. And so we have license level clinicians here providing support as well as myself. So I wanted you to know that. Supervision, what it looks like. What supervision means is I'm teaching. That's my time to teach. Each and every one of our clinicians get an hour with me every week where I break down their theoretical concepts, their assessments, their treatment plans, their goals, their interventions, and we discuss how they implement that with the different theoretical orientations and their own personal styles. Because one of the things that we emphasize in our program is authenticity, because kids can smell when you're being phony. So if you're trying to come in here and be the therapist and like do the therapy on TV, we don't do that. You got to be real. You got to be able to get down on the ground and play with these kids. And you got to develop real connections. And I'm passionate about that. And I work as hard as I can to make as much real people who do therapy with kids and not on kids. So that's our program. That's my philosophy. I love the diversity that we have on our staff as far as clinicians, and everyone who's a part of our program must see clients through an equitable lens. So we use equity as a part of how we see the whole child. And I just made me smile this morning in supervision. That's group supervision when we're all together and I'm teaching that. When there was a case that came up and they were like, what's the culture? What's the ethnicity of the kid? Like that's always running through how we support. So with that being said, I look forward to any questions at the end because I'm passionate about therapy. I love it. I get excited about it and I'm starting to sweat. So I will hand this to our licensed marriage and family therapist, Natalie Moore, and my very first intern who never left me, and I thank her for it. So, Natalie.
Good evening. I first began my journey here at Oak Grove School District as an intern on Jimmy's first team of clinicians during the academic year of 2019 to 2020. Since then, over the course of 5 years, through the supervision of Jimmy Brown, over 10 interns, including myself, that have received their training here at OGSD are now licensed clinicians. That speaks to the competence and quality of the care that the students of OGSD are receiving from Jimmy's That speaks to the competence and quality of care that the students of OGSD are receiving from Jimmy's OGSD clinicians. With that, during this academic year alone, over 500 students have been supported therapeutically by a mental health clinician, as we now have been able to ensure that there is an intern at each and every one of OGSD's 18 schools. OGSD clinicians support students who are dealing with a variety of issues. These issues include, but are not limited to, anxiety over academics such as grades and test scores, to students who are struggling with homelessness, depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. In addition, Jimmy's OGSD clinicians serve as a crisis response when any of our school communities suffers from a loss or a traumatic experience. This support extends not only to the students, but to the staff as well. Ultimately, the goal of the OGSD clinicians is to support the whole student for optimal growth and academic success.
Before you go, I just want to also say thank you to the principals and the school sites, because you make this a place where people want to come to learn. We have relationships with Santa Clara, Golden Gate University, San Jose State University, Palo Alto University, University of San Francisco. So they're starting to hear that this is where they embrace therapy. This is where they embrace mental health and supporting students. And it's an amazing place to learn. And that only happens with a collective effort with not only the staff that I have, but with the principals and their willingness to provide the support and the space and the passion for getting their kids the support that they need. So it's not a Jimmy Brown thing. This is an Oak Grove thing. And we have a reputation as Oak Grove as a place to where you want to learn how to be a mental health professional. And I want to say thank you to all the principals and the school sites for creating that environment. And that takes a collection of all of us to do that. So I just wanted to shout that out. So thank you.
Well, now I'll turn it over to Trina Trinidad Ramirez, licensed clinical social worker.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Jimmy, and good evening to you all. I like it.
You gotta get it.
I know. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to dedicate the social work movement in Oak Grove School District to the life of Martha Casillas, who tragically lost her life to domestic violence in 2013. School social workers in Oak Grove School District enhance the social, emotional growth, and academic outcomes of all students. At the heart of this practice is that every student, family, and community has value. We provide services to meet the unique and diverse needs of every individual we encounter in a culturally sensitive, equity-focused, and trauma-informed way. Our practice model centers around providing services that are evidence-based through the implementation of multi-tiered programs and practices, monitoring progress and evaluating the effectiveness of services provided. We actively search for the best interventions, find the most effective treatments, and develop innovative programs that find solutions to big challenges. In this tiered model, you can see the work provided for our school sites. Tier 1 is an example of the work happening campus-wide by our social workers. This service and support is provided to impact students directly or indirectly through wellness centers, home visits, family engagement activities, mental health awareness, and so forth. Tier 2 will impact approximately 15% of the population. This work is specific to supporting students and families, typically re-engaging and reconnecting students and families to the school system. This work can be seen in social emotional learning groups, counseling, truancy and attendance support, teacher and administration consultation as an example. Tier 3, this is about 5% of the population that will need more intense support and will be supported with crisis response or therapeutic support. In most cases, these students will be seen on a weekly basis and have set individual goals. Our findings support a need for more Tier 2 interventions across our school sites.
School social workers provide systemic support that removes barriers to learning and create interventions that support our high-need students and families. The possibility of collaboration with local universities to reinstate social work programs and the supervision of associates to provide the support would enhance the learning community for every student in Oak Grove School District. At this time, I would like to introduce Xochitl Macias, District Community Liaison 2 and Schooling Services Coordinator. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Trina, for that introduction. Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to share with you how Schooling Services supports our district. Schooling Services is a partnership we have with Santa Clara Behavioral Health. We collaborate with community-based organizations to provide direct services to our community. This partnership allows us to support the mental health needs of our students and families right on campus, which alleviates the need to pull students out of the classroom for appointments during or after school. Alamar Counseling Center has partnered with us to offer a prevention and early intervention program designed to support students, parents, and families. The program's goal is to prevent, reduce, and eliminate mental health symptoms that may negatively impact academic success and family wellness. The target population includes youth ages 5 to 13 and their caregivers. The average duration of services is 3 to 6 months, and the program runs year-round, including summer. Option for service includes support on campuses, in clinics, within the community, in homes, and through telehealth. Alamar Counseling Center also provides a variety of additional support for our schooling services sites. In December, we concluded our 10-week Strengthening Families program at Christopher School. This workshop series offers family an opportunity to strengthen their bond, improve communication, and learn how to address common challenges. Families that participate in this program generally experience fewer behavioral issues with their children, improved academic success, and reduced friction within the family. Here are some of the details. 10 weekly sessions for students and families, childcare and dinner provided. Topics include managing stress, communication, problem solving, giving directions, setting limits, solving behavioral problems, and more. This workshop is offered in English and Spanish and provides linkage to community services as needed. Currently, Alamar Counseling Center started an interactive workshop series at Davis Intermediate. This series centered around interactive activities for students to engage in fun, expressive, and creative arts. Looking forward to April, Alamar Counseling Center will start a skills streaming series at Stipe. This is a 4-week workshop that includes weekly 1-hour sessions. It addresses the social skill needs of students who display aggression, withdrawal, or other problematic behaviors. Throughout this program, students will develop skills to handle interpersonal conflicts and learn to exercise self-control. I now would like to bring it back to Dr. Jean-Pierre.
All right, thank you, team. Let me. So I'm happy to share with you that we have also partnered with agencies to provide additional mental health support. We've partnered with Effective School Solutions post-COVID as they provide tier 3 clinical programming for students with severe social, emotional, behavioral challenges in our therapeutic program at Stipe Elementary and also at Herman Intermediate. Effective School Solutions provides 2 full-time clinicians that serve up to 12 concurrent students per clinician. Supervision and oversight is also provided through ESS. They ensure continuity through onboarding and training staff, including like a floater or substitute clinician to cover absences as needed. Our needs for mental health support for our students extend beyond the staff that we currently have. As seen as a priority in our LCAP for the last several years, we have had to reach out to other agencies to provide additional mental health for individual and group support. Santa Serapaz from Sunbelt Services is supporting Parkview, Frost Indigo, and Ledesma. And this is, of course, in addition to the interns, clinician, well, I should say the clinicians that work with Jimmy. There are many agencies in the Bay Area that are able to provide mental health support for us. In the cases where we've partnered with agencies and those agencies have not followed through, we've sunsetted those contracts and opted to partner with other agencies. We also seek to offer a variety of parent information nights throughout the year. In just a few weeks, we will have a parent information night on opioid awareness and Narcan distribution. But tonight, I wanted to share a little bit more about our digital safety and cyberbullying parent information nights. This has been really a very popular presentation that's widely attended over the past few years. We work in partnership with the police department to put these presentations on. Cyberbullying has contributed to mental health concerns for our students. And we feel that it's so important to educate families on how to keep their children safe, especially as they start exploring online opportunities and connection. This year, we offered the presentation in English and in Spanish in each of our 3 learning communities for better accessibility for our families. As Assistant Superintendent Anna explained at the top of this presentation, this year Oak Grove has been partnering with the Santa Clara County Office of Education on the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, working to improve access, coordination, and delivery of mental health and behavioral health across schools, the healthcare industry, and community-based systems. These allow educational agencies to bill both Medi-Cal as well as private insurance for services provided on our campuses. As you can imagine, it's quite a change from our current operation and is requiring a big change to our system and administrative operations. So it takes a lot of planning. We have received a $392,000 grant to establish that capacity for becoming operationally ready to start that billing process in our district. And so our focus for that grant funding is to collaborate with SCOE, or Santa Clara County Office of Education, in what they're calling their billing consortium. So this includes the use of SCOE's electronic health record system, training and administrative support for data collection and entry in a HIPAA compliant manner. So in schools, we talk about FERPA and COPA, and now we have to add on the medical, right? The medical side of that. So we need some training and collaboration on that. We also set aside some funding for one-time contribution to our licensed clinical social work salary to support capacity development within our system. For clinical supervision contributions, as well as professional development opportunities for growing our understanding of trauma-informed practice and systems within our district. So as you can see, the CYBHI initiative and the development of our programs represent an opportunity for continued mental, social, and behavioral health in our system. Next year, we have plans to strengthen our Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports through our social emotional learning, articulation, and alignment, as well as building our capacity for billing and reimbursements so that we can provide so that we can eventually be able to increase the level of services that we can provide to our student. And that's what I have for tonight. And thank you again for having us.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any public comments? Okay, board discussion.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. I actually asked for a more robust presentation, and I think I've gotten most of my answers tonight, but I have some questions. glad to see that last. One of my questions was how are we going to increase our ability to build Medi-Cal for the services that we're providing to our children? And it looks like we're on that path forward with the SCOE initiative, which is really great. One of the questions I have, how do we make our assessment if the child is identified for needing additional supports? Is it through an ACEs analysis or some kind of rubric that we can decide, okay, no, this is tier 3?
That is usually a discussion in support staff and getting feedback from teachers and principals and school staff to figure out kids who are showing signs that they need some level of support. And so right now it's been working for us because we do have wait lists. We at each and almost every one of the schools. And I think Alum Rock is pretty full as well. So that's our process. Is usually starts, especially with the middle schools, with the counselors, and then it funnels in, principals, and then depending on the interns on campus, they get referrals from their friends. So as it gets older, sometimes even little ones are like, I get help. So they refer their friends, and then that's part of the process. But a lot of the times it starts with the teachers who notice something's going on with the kids in the classroom, and then they make a referral to support staff. And then from support staff, we deem, okay, is this a kid that should go to Alum Rock? Is this a kid that should be a part of the district therapeutic support team? Should this be allocated to one of the social workers? Is it just a call home? And just depending on as far as if it's a community liaison or what level of support there. Does that clarify?
And what it kind of leads to my next question. You said there was wait lists. What is the average wait time?
It just depends on the school and how many interns I have. I just added 4 on top of the 12 that I had, and I keep trying to bring in as many as I can. I feel bad for Debbie Rivas-Clem because I keep emailing her. I got one more. Can you help me? So thank you, Debbie, for always doing the paperwork in a timely fashion. But for my team, we try our best to have our clinicians meet with as many kids as possible. But what we don't do is we do not have a process of where there's a limited number of sessions for my program. We try to stay with our clients for the entire year. And sometimes we have clients who've been seen for 3 years consecutively, depending on how long our staff have been with the client. So we try to maintain continuity of care so that relationship can develop and build. So unfortunately, that wait list, sometimes some kids are waiting a while, depending on capacity that we have. So that's unfortunate, and the need is there, and the want to provide more support is definitely a passion of all of my colleagues that I'm aware of. So that's just.
So she has a slightly different referral process.
Okay.
Yes. So for the students, again, going back to what Jimmy Brown had brought up regarding support staff, usually the students are brought to the attention of the teacher. The teacher then lets the principals know. The principal brings it to support staff where we have a team. With directly services from Alum Rock Counseling Center, it's a little bit different because we do require insurance. So like Medi-Cal, just because this is like the students that we want to serve are Medi-Cal students, to make sure that they're able to offer different levels of services. So that means that it can be for the student, for the parent, it can be house. So it can be, so that's a little bit different,
counseling.
like family, like the wraparound services. And then that is directly with students with Medi-Cal. If they're uninsured or non-Medi-Cal, then we do a shorter service, but they still get connected. I normally would get information regarding capacity from the county. So even if we don't have enough counselors or clinicians with Alum Rock Services, they do also partner, support different districts near us. So they will then bring their other clinicians to also support our district. So we currently are still taking like referrals. We, like the ones that we do have designed to designated to Oak Grove are at capacity. But now the program manager that I'm working with, she will bring other clinicians from the neighboring school districts to support us. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, so that's the scope of that.
You mentioned without insurance, we refer them to go get insurance, right? Because all children are covered in Santa Clara County.
We still have students with,
But we're referring them to get the appropriate documentation to get covered.
yes, we
Okay.
we work with the community liaisons if that's something that the family wants. But yes, yeah, for the uninsured, we do give them that information.
Do we triage parents and families that have private insurance to use to help them use their private insurance? For instance, Kaiser, so they're not taking up capacity in our intern program when they could be utilizing the insurance that they should have and the coverage?
So, yeah, so mental health in schools is a little different than mental health provided by the healthcare care industry, right? And so usually if we're referring to mental health in schools, it's because there's a school-based problem.
Mhm.
Sometimes there will be parents who are asking us for mental health support for their kids who are experiencing anxiety and things like that, that may or may not be showing up in school. And so there's a couple ways that we help refer them. Currently, we use Care Solace to, Care Solace is kind of like,
I'm familiar.
takes out that middleman, right? So it's like they help work with the insurance company to find a service provider.
Mhm.
And that's especially if parents are coming to ask for support for their kids, but maybe we're not seeing the level of need that they're feeling at home that we,
Sure.
you know, like we don't see it at school as much as they feel it at home. So Care Solace is one way that we help guide parents in that way. We also do that through the SST process and through the conversation. So if parents really would like to seek some counseling and maybe there's a wait list but they do have insurance and things like that, we definitely help them seek counseling through their insurance.
And then why only Alum Rock Counseling Center? Why not some of the other local counseling centers like Gardner or through Planned Parenthood that provide mental health care to children and adults?
So Sochi, we might have to get back to you on that, but Sochi, you might know a little bit
Just
more.
briefly, yes. In the past, we have had different agencies that work with us, but because we weren't able to get our numbers in regarding referrals, because we're in a unique district because we have great and amazing internship programs, interns that work there. So then with SLS and the prevention early intervention, there is an intake process. So along with the referral, it was in one of the slides, it's actual referral. The clinician then meets with the parent and gets all the information, which is then like usually like an hour if they're bilingual or Spanish speaking or another language, it usually takes 2 hours. With regards to like using interns, you don't have that process. So our agencies that we had Rebecca's Children's Services, Community Solutions in the past, but have chosen to leave Oak Grove because our numbers were too low for them.
Okay. And my final question is the gaps in service. And so we have a waiting list. And what happens if we're unable to see that child? How are we identifying them so they're not just out there, as a parent who's gone through this, who had an intern assigned that never showed up? Told at the beginning of the year, we have this intern, they're supposed to see my son, never showed up, stopped the program, and then was never assigned anybody else. I mean, I don't want that to happen to other children who have needs. And I feel like we're failing them. And so that wait list is bothersome to me.
I think that's a great point, and I think that's something that we can grow and develop with regard to our systems. I think, that's why Jimmy has an interest in bringing in more. We discussed supervision, and, for him, it's not acceptable for something like that to happen, right? And in our district, it's not acceptable for somebody to not show up. And so in that way, he has conversations with, I'm sorry, I'm speaking for you. I should let you come up and speak for yourself, but he does have conversations with both the interns, their universities and things like that. And so, that's not something that we aim to do, but I also think it's a system that we can tighten up. So thank you for calling attention to that.
For me, that's a huge issue. That's unfortunate that happens sometimes in the therapeutic process, and it's unfair, and it's one of the worst things that can happen because we don't believe in that. Because part of our belief is just if we can get somebody in front who's a therapist to these little kids or to these people, and they don't have to have the most profound experience, but if they have a supportive experience, they might seek therapy in the future when they're adults, and therapy becomes an option for them so they don't make ultimate decisions when they're facing ultimate life challenges. So this is a huge issue in mental health. I think it's a problem, yes. When it comes to my attention, I do something about it. If it was one of my interns, I would have wanted to know about that. That hasn't come back as one of my interns. That is unacceptable. And usually when something like that happens, because we've had to replace interns because they're students and some people are not meant to do this work. So I, as a gatekeeper, have to decide, like, what do I do? I had to terminate 2 therapists before and then replace them with some of the staff and so that's part of what all agencies deal with because we are all dealing with associates. So that's why I'm trying my best to make as many robust, competent, confident, loving, supportive clinicians as possible. I think we do a really good job here. We have a great reputation in the community. And unfortunate, we're not fail-proof. We have failed students. And as a clinician, that sucks. That's terrible. It hurts my feelings. And it's hard, but it's sometimes a reality that I don't like to, it's the underbelly of providing support services at times. And like you said, we want to reduce that. That's not something we're about. That's not what our program is about. And please, I'd like to check in with you about your specific situation if you would like to talk about that.
Well, I wanted to thank you guys for coming here tonight and spending a little more time on mental health. It's really important to me. I'm one of the staffers that authored AB 12. It's the expansion of mental health care in the state of California. That's why we have a lot of the services. That's why we have insurance that covers mental health care. And so it's something that I've worked on for my career. And I know how important it is to our kids to have that support, even like the tertiary system that you had described, in the classroom, describing it a little above having that one-on-one and then emergency care when we have, these emergency issues that arise with our kids because they can't learn when they have mental health issues that they're facing. So thank you.
Thank you again for just giving us an update on all of that. I think my question would be for Assistant Superintendent Anna, possibly, and maybe you can chime in. I guess my question would be something as, we have mental health practitioners or services. Are they provided in every single school? Are they ongoing? Are they there every day? Are they readily available to students? Again, I see an intake form and it looks like, families can ask for support, or is that something that every school has?
Yeah, what we can provide for you is, because on this presentation, we sort of outlined what schools have certain services, but we can give you a list of each school. an overview of what all the mental health supports each school has. I can send that to you so you can see exactly where all the pieces fit together.
Okay, and then I think a follow-up question with that was the metrics to follow progress. And how is that determined? So, you know, somebody gets an intake, they're starting to work with that student. What do we find as an outcome? Do they get released? You know, is there substantial difference? Do we see maybe sometime if it started in 4th grade and we see that person coming back in the 6th grade? What are we looking at that? Are we collecting data on that? Just wondering about that.
Yeah, the data and maybe I'll let Jimmy speak to this, but what happens in the sessions is completely confidential. So at the site level, usually students are referred for counseling or for mental health through the student study team or student success team. And that process, there's a follow-up, there's an initial meeting, and here's the plan. These are the interventions that we're going to provide. And then they have a follow-up session. So that data is logged through our, it happens at the school site level with that student success team. And those student success team documents follow the student. We upload them into Infinite Campus. So future teachers, or if they change schools, have the ability to access and look at what the progress was and how that impacted the student. Yeah.
With the program that we have here at Oak Grove with the district therapeutic support team, there's a representative at each and every one of the schools in the district. So some schools have multiple days, some schools just have one day. Sometimes that's due to need and referrals, and sometimes capacity. Sometimes we want to be there more days, but then there's no place to do therapy because there's no room sometimes. So we partner with the different schools, and whoever has room and clients, that's usually where the support gets to go to. So it's incumbent on the principals to create a space for therapy to happen. It's got to be confidential, and the more opportunities for that, then usually that's why the middle schools usually have a lot more, and there's different schools in the district that prioritize it and make it something that they really, really want, and they create a space, and we give them as many days as we can.
Thank you. I just want to add to the question regarding when they open with the prevention and early intervention with Alamar Counseling Services. Like I mentioned, the intake is different. We do have that intake appointment with the parent guardian at that point, and the reason why it does take so long is they do collect a lot of information, but the parent is, or the guardian is also part of what the goals are. So depending, I did say approximately 3 to 6 months that services are for Alamar Counseling, but there are times where it does extend the year, summer. And so it's unique in the aspect that they can continue their services during the summer. It's when goals are met, they have that conversation and they give the family a call, and they'll let them know our goals are met. I'm going to be ending soon, with their child, which is a good thing. Usually, sometimes what will happen is a student will be like, I don't want services anymore, which is fine. We give the parents the next steps. If they're interested, again, this is how you can, again, re-refer. Nope, there's many times that they can re-refer. So those specifically to the program that I support, that's how we depend on the length of counseling that's provided.
I'll speak towards school social work. School social work is a profession that will abide HIPAA and FERPA as far as confidentiality. So it's a need to know basis as far as the amount of consultation and collaboration with teachers. So we are constantly collaborating with teachers, staff, meetings, support staff meetings. doing classroom observations, playground observations. And so the assessment piece of when the student is can be terminated is a constant evaluation. And so that practice is a little different in the sense that, of course, it's need to know. We're not sharing all the information, but we are working collaboratively with the teachers that are with the student 30-something hours a day. And then as a social worker works with the student 30 to 50 minutes a day, we're working to get the information to where's the growth, where's the concerns. Also collaborating with parents. Parents are a big component. We're not, it's not a mechanic shop where we're just dropping off our kids, you know, and they're dropping off their kids for support. It's constant collaboration, and that piece is really important in our work because we only see the student for a small amount of time during the academic day because we're seeing multiple kids, and those social environments are pieces that really tell to the growth and when we can terminate. Typically, even though we're not seeing the student on a weekly basis because there's been growth and so forth, we don't terminate until the end of this academic year. The end of the academic year is a natural time to terminate just because everything else is terminating. They're getting a new teacher, and so if we're not seeing them on a regular basis, there's always that possibility if there's a crisis to check in or, you know, something arises that we'll continue seeing that student. So consent is always for one entire academic year. And then at the following year, we assume that the student has developed the skills and the resiliency to continue and, you know, it's a clean year, so.
As you can see, we have a dynamic, impressive team of service providers who are not only supporting students directly, but also coordinating supports for our students. So we really do thank them for being here to present and answer questions and for all of their work that they do in our classrooms. Are there any other comments at this time?
I actually had a couple of things. So I just want to understand, the program started post COVID or is pre-COVID?
Pre-COVID.
So there was also a program that was in place before, which was more, was that the counseling services that was there at the local school level? And
So
is that segregated or that's now part of this program?
there have been also, and still now, there are schools who will contract independently with different counseling agencies to provide, you know, depending on their funding streams, and may choose to spend their funds on additional mental health supports. So that has been the case at some of our school sites, yes.
But does that all fall under one umbrella, or it's just
No,
if
not
they chose to go a different route, they go the different route?
Not necessarily. They could have mental health support from the district, but they could also supplement that with their own funding sources at the school site. They could say, oh, we have funding for 2 days of mental health support with X, Y, and Z agency to come into our school. And that could be from their, you know, from their local, from their fund, from their LCFF funds or Title I funds, or sometimes home and school clubs will fund things like that.
So I don't know where Sakamoto fits within this, but just one concern that I had, I don't know if that's part of your team or that's a separately funded item, but my child actually did go through that. It was pre-COVID, and then I had another child that went in after COVID. The second child actually did have significant, we had significant concerns, mainly because of COVID, and coming out of it, he had a completely different experience in comparison to my first child. My second child, I think they went through the school went through the outside agency, and this is where I'll comment to what Ms. Ramirez said, which was he started towards mid to late year for the program, And one of the experiences that we had, and this is just something that you might want to consider, is he had a few sessions, but he still needed that support into the next year. And it wasn't unless somebody said something that he was brought back into the program. And that is where I think it kind of hurt him a little bit. That was one part of it. The second part of it was also part of the curriculum that was there initially was more of a group setting where kids were brought together to discuss certain issues or how can they work through some of those issues. If it was bullying, how do we address that? When can we, when can we react? How can we react to things like that? Simple things that lead towards stress and lead towards behavior issues. That program kind of got changed all of a sudden. Now it was a singular program and it was on one-on-one basis. I don't know if that fell under which area that fell under, but the concern that we as parents had was more geared towards now he's not getting the same level of insight that he was, because we saw a much better progress in that group setting and we were hoping to get that back in, but the constant change in the type of program was kind of a concern from a parent perspective. And that might be something that if you are going to start something, then continue it. Unless you find that it really is of no benefit, then yes, go ahead and proceed to do that. But if it is, for my child, it was very beneficial. And I would love to have that opportunity for him again. It just wasn't there. The second piece, as I mentioned, was, hey, he started probably like 2 months before school ended. And that was when the behavior came out. And that was when it was first recognized. That's when he got the referral. But there was no continuation, within 2-3 months afterwards, started exhibiting, when he came back the next year, he started exhibiting some of those similarities again. And so we started that process again, and it was a brand new person. So now you're going through that whole process. What are my concerns? And going through that, it's a half-hour session. It goes by quick. It's not something that, is continuous where he's getting that benefit kind of deal. I'll let you chime in.
My program, if my clinicians come back, they see the clients that they had the year before. So that's one of the benefits of my program, is that we do have continuity of care in that way. But I can't force my clinicians to come back and work for us for not as much as sometimes they deserve to get paid. But groups are different because clinical groups have a set number of sessions that they do. So if they meet their goal, then the group ends, and then they have a celebration and a collaboration at the end. So groups are great for that piece because groups have clinical groups that we run as far as therapy groups. We have a set goal and a curriculum that we follow, and they adhere to the curriculum, and then they have a group closure date. So a lot of people get benefits from those groups because of the peers and everything else, and just how the group is kind of set up, and they get the benefits of it. But those groups usually are for a number of sessions, usually for anywhere from 8 to 12 sessions. We set up groups, and that's kind of how the therapeutic groups are ran. So I'm glad your child got the benefit of those groups. It is unfortunate that, there was some setbacks in that he didn't get the support that he was looking for moving forward. But
yeah,
not all of our clinicians can run groups because different levels of skill set as well. So it just depends. And I understand the frustration, but we can't give you a consistent answer because we don't know a lot of the times we don't know what clinicians are going to stay. We don't know budget-wise how much we can have. So there's a lot of different factors that may go into that. And it's hard to create consistency in that way. But a lot of my clinicians become associates and stay because of the money that was able to So we were able to provide service contracts and it made it kind of work. So yes, that's where
Thank you, Jimmy. I think for the sake of time, I'm going to move us along. I do encourage if any more board members have further comments or questions, to please email Superintendent or Assistant Superintendent Enna, Dr. Dorsey, as well as the rest of her team. But for the sake of time, I am going to move us along. But thank you, everyone, for your presentation. Right, we still have quite a few agenda items, so let's move on to action items. Action item 8.1, Board Policy Series 5000 students. Assistant Superintendent Enna, please present this item.
Okay, thank you, President Yu and members of the board. This is a routine item. We are working through our board policies this year to update the entire set of board policies. So this is the 5000 series bringing to you. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve first reading for Board Policy Series 5000. And as per Board Bylaw 9311, waive the second reading to adopt Board Policy Series 5000 students as presented.
I will go ahead and motion that the Board of Trustees approve first reading for Board Policy Series 5000, and as per Board Bylaw 9311, waive the second reading to adopt Board Policy Series 5000 students as presented. Can I get a second? Do we have any public comments? Okay, board discussion. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Yolaka,
I'll abstain.
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Aubert, President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
Right, that takes us to 8.2, second interim report. Associate Superintendent Evans, please present this item.
Thank you, President Yu. If it weren't for Assistant Superintendent's board policy, I would have had a clean sweep of the action items. You'll be hearing from me a lot in the rest of the evening, but we're going to start off this evening with our second interim report and an update on our budget for the 24-25 school year and how things are going, and then a kind of look ahead to the multi-year projection and where things are going from both at a state level and a district level. I wanted to start with a thank you to Melina Nguyen, our Director of Fiscal Services, who's hung out tonight. She and her business team put this all together and assembled the second interim, but they also kind of handle the day-to-day lifts of just operating the district finances. So I want to make sure to recognize them. Next slide, please. I just keep this slide in just as a frame of reference as to how our system works each year. We're at the orange, the March 2nd interim report. We'll be waiting the governor's May revise after all of the taxes are collected as of the April 15th deadline. And then we'll bring back to you in June the budget for the 25-26 school year, closing out the last school year in September. And then we'll start our cycle of budget reports with the first interim in December. And then next January, the governor's budget proposal for the upcoming year. And I'll be talking about what he presented this January as well. So next slide, please. The areas of focus is our actuals this year for 24-25. And the second interim report is the budget up through the end of January. We'll be looking at our multi-year projections because the law requires us to budget for the current year and then the two upcoming years. So that will take us out through 26-27 currently. And then in June, we'll bring in the 27-28 school year. I'll do a touch on the state economic outlook, and that'll largely be the governor's January proposal, and then just kind of synopsize some of the tailwinds and the headwinds that are ahead for us. So next slide, we can jump right past this cover sheet. These are some of the budgetary factors that we're facing. I've done a few presentations for both staff and community. And so some of these may sound familiar if you've seen any of those presentations. One of the challenges for Oak Grove, as well as the whole state, is that our special education costs, our needs that students have, are increasing at a faster pace than our budget. We provide behavioral support, special services for students, additional classroom support. There are non-public school placements for some students and contracted services when we can't fill positions. There are also increased needs for social emotional services, as we just heard, across the student population. So trying to sustain those and keep those going because those needs have been greater than they were pre-pandemic. And then our general ed population, when it comes to just our instructional program, general ed is really well balanced. It's efficiently run with the class sizes and the teachers and all. And we've been adjusting that as our enrollment has declined. But those are some of the factors that impact our budget as of late. Next slide, please. Another major factor, and you've heard me talk of this before, is our enrollment and our ADA, related but different items. Simply because of declining birth rates, housing costs and all, this area is having declining enrollment. It's across the county, and Santa Clara County is expected to see a 15% decrease by the end of the decade from the beginning of the decade. Our latest demographic report showed continuing decline, maybe not as steep as anticipated, and we'll see with our new TK students coming in where we actually end up, but it is a trending problem, and it will continue to be a declining enrollment district for the foreseeable future. And then the ADA, the average daily attendance, which is our source of funding, is how many days the students are in their seats in school. Pre-pandemic, the rate for the school district was 96%, a very healthy, solid rate for a K-8 district. Currently, we are budgeting and estimating an attendance rate of 93.8%, improved over the immediate years after COVID, but still not as high as the 96. Our last month's budget report reflected a very tough flu season. So we didn't quite make the 93.8, but that's what we're budgeting for this year as well as the out years. Okay, next slide. And then some of the just kind of increased expenditures on the budget. Like any household, the district has bills to pay and expenses. Healthcare has gone up for our staff and our district. There were large growths, and so we have increased contributions to healthcare in this district budget. Additional services for students. And again, this is not just special ed students, our general ed students too. Some of those supports we heard about tonight. Cost differential for contracted services. So working to find our own employees to better be more efficient and then have our employees rather than contractors. And then just general inflation. A lot of our growth in our expenses at second interim from first interim increases in water bills, utilities, repairs, more money, just costs more to have the HVAC repaired. Software subscriptions and all continue to increase. So looking at the actual numbers for first interim versus second interim, where we were in December when the first interim report came out versus now in March, our revenue actually had a nice little increase. We get reimbursements from Medi-Cal, so that was probably the lion's share of that $1 million increase, which is helpful. We also get donations in funds for science camp that we don't budget, but those come in when parents give donations for science camp. So that's where the revenues went up. The expenditure increase was mostly utilities. We have power agreements for the solar, and those have to get reconciled every so often. So those are the increases there. And like I said, the water bills have been coming in substantially higher. But our surplus / deficit, in this case deficit, actually improved. We have a little smaller deficit, still substantial at 19 million, but not 19.5 anymore. So in that aspect improved, and hopefully we can continue that trend line. On the ending fund balance, and again, kind of looking below the red line, what does that ending balance mean? At first interim, we were anticipating having an ending balance of 28.6 million. 22 million of that was restricted, meaning it has very designated purposes, and we would have had just shy of 5 million for economic uncertainties. That's the 3% we're required to have in our budget for economic uncertainties. And then on the bottom line, additional cash unassigned of about 1.5 million. You can see we're still pretty close to that. A little better ending fund balance at second interim than we had at first. More in the restricted, and that's a goal I'd like to change. I think we need to be spending down our restricted more so we have more in our unassigned or economic uncertainties. Because expenditures went up a bit, a slight uptick in the 3% requirement, which makes just a hair less on the unassigned. But pretty much when we're talking about $160 million budget, we're pretty much consistent with where we were at first interim. Are there any questions on kind of where we are currently? Yes.
Can you just explain what the restricted is? Like
Res-
what falls within that category?
Restricted would be, for example, we have budgets that we have to set aside for routine restricted maintenance. If we have Title II for teacher improvement or Title I to support students, those would be restricted funds. So they're funds that are given to us as a categorical and a specific designated function. So, thank you. Any other questions? All right, let's take a look at our multi-year. Here's kind of where we're building our budget assumptions. Now, when we build our budget assumptions, we're building on what exists currently. We're, as you know, we're in negotiations, so none of these show contract costs up to date for any of our bargaining units. And they all expire this year. AFSCME is out in October, but the others expire at the end of our fiscal year in June. The only thing we project in the out years is the COLA. Just because that's what's legislated and we can do that. You'll notice I have the COLA as 2.43% in red for 25-26. That's actually a half a point lower than it was at first interim. So our revenues coming in are lower for next year than what we projected based on the COLA. And that is not the final COLA. It's yet to be determined. There are a few more economic indicators that'll come in, and most trend lines seem to suggest it'll be more in the 2.25 in the lower twos. So we'll probably see another erosion of that COLA as well in the year ahead. Next year in 26-27, you can see the COLA jumps up to a healthy 3.5%, but those do fluctuate a lot. The further out they go, the more volatile they become. And then the numbers below are our LCFF base grant. The local control funding formula actually gives money based on grade spans, whether you're TK3, 4, 6, 7, 8, or high school. What Melina and the team does is kind of normalizes that for per student across our district. So our base grant is $11,500. The supplemental grant are additional funds we get for our unduplicated pupils. Those are free and reduced students. Those are homeless, they're English learners. And so we'll get an additional $1,134 for students with those needs. So our anticipation in 25-26 for each student will be about $12,600. All right, so a little bit of an uptick. The challenge is next year, there won't be as many of those people generating 12,600. So that will impact our overall LCFF. All right. We also assume what our attendance and our enrollment is going to be. And you can see there the enrollment just trends down. But more importantly, the funded ADA, which is an average of the last 3 years, takes a significant drop from 24-25 to 25-26. Not as significant as the previous drop last year, but still 165 students is what we're anticipating having less in 25-26. It continues down in 26-27, not as steeply, but it does continue down. If we can increase that attendance rate, that will help generate more revenue if we can get up into the 94-95% range.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do we know what is currently impacting our ADA rate? Is it due to illnesses? Are there some other factors involved?
Yeah, I think our chronic absenteeism has been improving across the district, again, as is most true with most districts. But I think it's just the general caution. People got in the habit of keeping their children home if they had the slightest illness. We're trying to communicate, fever-free, you can come back to school and all. So just kind of getting that communication. I actually had a really great question when I did the presentation on Tuesday night for the community about, well, if my child's sick, I don't want to send them to school. I said, absolutely, because if you get 4 other children sick, it doesn't help the situation. But if they are past their fever and all, they can come back is our general rule of thumb, and just kind of communicating that and letting families know. OGE President Luis had mentioned the independent study. That might be another option, but that is a lift for all the staff to have to implement too. So I have to figure out how to do that effectively. So.
And then I'm just curious, I guess, in terms of like other districts, are they kind of around the same ADA rate range as well?
I'd have to check. It might vary district to district. I don't know off the top of my head. So that you got me curious now too. So
thank you.
But I think I don't want know what their specifics are. I think their storyline is very similar. Okay. So this is the multi-year revenues and expenditures. And again, you'll see between the first two columns of first and second interim are very parallel, slight uptick in revenues, slight uptick in expenditures, fortunately a smaller uptick. As we project out to budget in 25-26 for next year, we anticipate our revenues declining. That's largely because there are just fewer students generating revenues. And then our expenditures will also drop significantly, but some of those are those one-time dollars that are falling off. And those programs, we had, for example, the CSACE grant, which was a one-year grant, will fall off. And so those dollars will disappear out of the expenditures. And we also don't budget like the science camp donations and things like that. So a lot of those things that came in and I mentioned increased our revenues this time, they don't show until we get them actually in hand. And then you'll see in 26-27, a slight uptick, not as much as the 3.52 would suggest on the COLA side, but again, that's because of the declining enrollment and revenues, expenditures rather relatively flat. Because of that, you'll see our deficit drops nicely next year. But because we have run out of that bottom line unassigned cash that I talked of, about a $1.5 million, we have to do a substantial transfer in from the special reserve. Now, there are a couple of special reserves, and I'm going to take a minute to talk about these. We have funds from the sale of Glider, or no, I'm sorry, not yet. Glider's in escrow still. We will have funds from the sale of Glider. We have funds from the sale of Minor. Minor and Glider were sold under a legislation that allowed us to make plans for one-time expenses with those funds. So that's what you'll see in the 3.15 million. We set up some of the Minor funds to fund the textbook adoption for math. So that was about $2.5 million, and that hit this year. So that $3 million is actually some of those Minor funds being used as the board designated for one-time expenses, and that takes pressure off of the general fund. The transfers in 25-26 and 26-27 are from a sale of a property many years ago, the Calero property. The legislation at that time was less restrictive, so those funds were available for multiple uses and all. And we've largely used them over the years as a stopgap to help us balance the budget in the multi-year. And we've had to, I think, tap into a little bit over the years, but most of them remain there of about $14 million. But you'll see between those two deposits and some of the others that we'll tap into, we'll wipe out that Calero reserve on our current trajectory. So we need to figure out how to address that deficit spending. That's a big challenge that we have. Let me jump to the end components of ending fund balance, and then I'll see if there are any questions on the multi-year. What you'll see happening here is that 1.5 million disappears on the very bottom line. That's why we have to transfer in more of the special reserve. And also you'll see that the restricted fund is spending down. Again, part of the goal that, and I'm going to meet with the business team, is how can we optimize those dollars and take some more pressure off the unrestricted fund? And we'll look at what are those dollars and what programs can we sustain through those to minimize that deficit. It would still be some deficit spending, but we would be having more in the unrestricted side of the house. So those will be the challenges we have, because you can see by the time we get out to 26-27, we still have 15 million in unrestricted funds. So we won't be able to tap into all of them because they are restricted and they are very specific in their purposes, but can we optimize them some more will be my question. All right. Any questions about the kind of multi-year outlook? It's a lot of numbers and a lot of information, so.
Quick question. If we were to go from 93 to 97, what we had before, what would be the overall increase that we would get?
When I did the calculations a little over a year ago, it was about $1 million per percent. So going from 93.8 to 95 would be a little more than $1 million. One of the challenges is because we use a three-year average, that slows down our decline. It also slows down the ramp up. So that $1 million would be kind of averaged out over 3 years. So yes, the rule I've been using is $1 million per percent.
So max, we would get about 5 million towards that surplus
Mm,
deficit.
yeah, probably. And then that was based when we were a little higher in the 8,000. So as that number of students goes down, that will deteriorate as well. So, but if we got back to 96%, that would probably generate a couple $1 million more a year in revenue for us from where we are currently. That's kind of napkin math, but just a rough number. Any other questions? All right. Then we'll jump into the state economic outlook and kind of the governor's budget proposal from January. This is out of the slide that school services presented. And the bar graph on the left is what was budgeted back in June of 2024 for Prop 98 in 25-26. They anticipated that the revenues collected in collected would generate $115 billion for education. It's been actually a good year from the revenue standpoint. And when the governor updated the budget last December, the estimate was $119 billion to go to Prop 98. A healthy economy, a healthy stock market. One of the things the governor did, and it caused a bit of a stir, was say, well, I'm not going to fund it at 119 billion. I'm going to fund it at 117.6. There was a $1.6 billion kind of underestimation there. And his reasoning was that, you know, that money may not come in. And if we put it higher and then it comes in lower, we have to reconcile sooner or later. So let's just plan for it not coming in. And again, it caused a stir because that's never been done. We always go with what the estimate is. My concern in the last few weeks is because of the turmoil in the stock market is whether that money will come in or the governor might actually be right in that we won't generate the revenues if the capital gains aren't there. A very large portion of California income tax comes out of capital gains and the stock market. So as that becomes volatile for the positive or the negative, it causes big swings in the budget. It's one of the challenges for California. So while I was hoping there might be $1.6 billion coming our way in May, I'm skeptical and wondering if the 117 might be a realistic estimation. So we'll watch that closely in the months ahead. Okay. On the next slide, another proposal from the governor is a $1.8 billion one-time grant. These are very helpful. I don't want to hit a gift horse in the mouth, but it's not ongoing. So we have to then be strategic with what can we continue funding. We have to be careful about what programs are we able to sustain with it and by time as we get our budget back in balance. So it can be a very good tool, but it's hard to use in long-term planning. It's a short-term. We would probably take whatever we get from that, which I am estimating would be about $2.5 to $3 million would be our ADA distribution of that, and figure out how to use that over the next couple of years as we deal with our deficits. Question? No, we won't include the governor's proposals. We don't include in our budget planning. The only one we'll include is the COLA. And I think that's actually the next slide. Thanks for that lead in. There are several proposals. He has a learning recovery emergency block grant of about $400 million. $400 billion would be great. $400 million. And that could come to us. The TK add-on, currently we get an extra $3,000 per TK student. The governor's proposing $6,400. That would be great. But until we get more on track in May with the May revise, we don't put these into the budget. And it's a challenge because we tend to create our budget and you guys have to approve it oftentimes before the state finishes the process. So those won't be in our revenue calculations unless we get some advice in May from kind of, FCMAT, which is the Fiscal Crisis Management and Assistance Team, or school services saying these are realistic ones to put in. But generally, it's the COLA is what we bank on. So that's another reason why sometimes you'll see our revenues change from June till the first interim. All right. So jumping to kind of the challenges we're facing. I mentioned the COLA. Already lower than it was in December, but it's likely to kind of drop lower from what all predictions are. The consumer spending and jobs market are lackluster. We had a nice 150,000 national jobs number, but not great, not bad, but just kind of flat. We had really high revenues when I made this slide, and a lot of high income earners cashing in on capital gains. That could be very different after the last month. So that market volatility could change things, and it will definitely impact Prop 98. The other challenge is the state is expected to face budget deficits in the years ahead, not Prop 98, but even if Prop 98 is funded, there's other sections of the state budget that get pinched, and then that causes challenges for us. Our expenditures are outpacing our revenues. Some of the things that Dr. Dorsey spoke about, like the the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, is a potential good revenue stream to support programs that got started with COVID dollars but don't have sustaining dollars. So we're hoping those will come through, looking to see the timeline and how that implements. So declining enrollment I mentioned, and basically our one-time funds, all that ESSER money is pretty well gone. We might get some new funds from the state based on the governor's proposal. And then the other wild card is the federal factors. We aren't sure what's going on there. Well, the funds right now, if the continuing resolution takes us through September, we'll just assume we have 23, 24 funding for the rest of this year. But we don't know whether funds like Title I and all will be sustained at the same level, whether they'll have an increase or a decrease. So we'll have to see where those things go. On the tailwinds, some of the things that are carrying us nicely forward, state revenues have been mostly on track. So hopefully they'll continue that way, and April 15th will have everything meet, if not exceed, expectations. Prop 98 is continuing to grow, so that looks healthy for schools in the years ahead. And hopefully they'll be able to fund those COLAs and maybe a little bit more. This is the last year, but they're adding the final 3 months to TK, so that'll be a nice tick up for our population. Part of the challenge for our enrollment, and is easily seen, that the students who are graduating from 8th grade and moving on are greater than the number of students who are enrolling in kindergarten TK. So it's just kind of, we're not replacing with the same amount. The increased rate of attendance is good. We seem to have plateaued. I'm hoping a little healthier spring will bring that back up. We've got healthy amounts of restricted funds, and seeing if we can optimize those. I mentioned the possible one-time funds for 25-26. And we're good to get a positive rating through 26-27. But we'll have to watch and see, because 27-28 will be a challenge.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Just a quick question. Going back to your second bullet, Prop 98 projected to grow. Are you saying that homes are going to be sold so the taxation becomes higher? That's how you're talking about growth, or?
Prop 98 in the one slide I had with the bar graphs had a blue and a gold. The blue was the state contribution to Prop 98, and the gold was property taxes. Okay, so property taxes have kind of plateaued in that slide, but generally they tend to be growing, so they take a nicer portion of Prop 98. But what determines Prop 98 actually is, it's basically 40% of the state general fund budget. So if you get more property taxes, it reduces the state's contribution.
And that's what I was saying. So Prop 98 was more geared towards reduction in property prices, rolling back to 1970s from, I believe it was the 80s. And now, because homes are being sold, they're being assessed at the current property value.
Right.
So as we go forward, as we have the elderly population kind of transitioning their homes into younger families, then that's where you're seeing the growth. That's where you're seeing the growth in the future.
Not the growth of Prop 98. The growth of Prop 98 is tied more towards the revenues collected by the state, because Prop 98 is based on 40% of the state's revenues. What happens though is, if, for example, Prop 98 is determined to be $120 billion, and that's what the state has to put into Prop 98. If we have more property taxes, the state has to take less out of their coffers, and they get to use the property taxes. If the property taxes are lower, then more comes out of the state general fund. So that's how the property taxes balance with the state aid or the state contribution. So when you hear a term like community funded district or basic aid district, those are districts where their property values actually exceed what their allocation is for local control funding formula. So their property taxes pay their full bill. In our case, that's not true. It's our property taxes pay, I think it's about 40%. I'd have to double check on the number, and then state aid is the rest. And that's kind of more typical of what it looks like across the state when you look at the state as a whole.
Thank you.
So, sorry, that was a long-winded answer.
No, it's perfect. I just make understanding it. That's
So, all right. So the task ahead, and it's going to be a balancing act because we need to do both. We need to balance our revenues and expenditures. We have to make sure we can sustain ourselves as a district. There are a lot of districts in the state who are going into a negative rating. Some are called qualified, meaning they're on the border. We'll be able to stay positive, but if you can't make a balanced budget for 3 years, then you fall out of that positive category. But at the same time, you know, we have increasing health benefits for our staff. We have, you know, rents and things like that. So, you know, it's two things, just like your household budget when you're trying to save for the college fund and pay the electric bill, right? We're trying to do long-term things and short-term things. So it'll be a balancing act, and it will be a challenge. But I think we can work through that, talk through that, and figure out how best to achieve both of those goals so that we can go forward successfully as a district. Happy to answer any questions. To the best of my ability. Maybe not great at predictions, though.
Is there any public comment? More board discussion or questions?
Just real quick, I'm glad that it was our first budget hearing. Is that how I read it? With the community?
That was the first
district?
time I did a budget presentation, yes.
I really appreciate that we're starting to do that and daylight some of this to our community. You said there was over 40 people on the Zoom, which is really good. I think ensuring that our community is aware of our budget challenges early on, what's going on at the state and the federal level, so they can be more active in the process is a benefit to all of us. So thank you.
I was actually going to say the same thing. Thank you, Mark. I also attended the community budget presentation earlier this week. And I think it is important that we bring transparency around the budget, both to our staff as well as to our community members, because as we strengthen and build up the shared understanding and the shared knowledge, I think we can definitely work towards more solution-oriented more solutions. I do agree with you that I think I also would continue to advocate for you all to really see how we can maximize our restricted funds to open up like the unrestricted funding. So looking forward to hearing more about that. All right, let's continue on. Sorry. Can I get a motion? Can I get a motion and a second to approve the second interim report?
Motion to approve?
I'll go ahead and second it. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Yolaka,
aye.
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Aubert,
Aye.
President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, let's move on to action items 8.3 through 8.8. Just as we've done in the past, we are going to be bundling all of these school improvement construction action items together for one motion. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. A lot of these are follow-ups. In January, Chief Operations Officer Gabe Altamirano presented the kind of bond game plan for the years ahead. A lot of these are those things going into play. Our first item, 8.3, is approval of the project inspector for Herman Intermediate School. When we do a project, particularly a Division of the State Architect project and a modernization, we're required to have a licensed state inspector, and they're overseeing the construction and making sure things are conforming to the design and the requirements. And the facilities department is recommending ERIC inspections to perform the work on the Herman modernization. They'll do the inspector-related work and projector inspector management, and they'll work with the Division of the State Architect and us to make sure that they're following all the contractors following all the required guidelines. This is a cost that comes out of Measure P, as do most of these funds, and it's recommended that the board approve ERIC inspections for Herman Intermediate modernization. Are there any questions about that specifically?
I just had one. I'm looking through this and I'm trying to understand. I'm struggling to match the 265 to the work that is being done.
Let's see.
Is there a more detailed breakout on what that scope is going to be and what are the activities that are going to be performed? Was that part of the RFO or?
Yeah, their activities for the inspection is one, to be on site when called to the inspection. They also participate in the owner, architect, and contractor meetings to review all of those on a weekly basis for the project. They'll fill out requests for information. They'll work with the contractor on changes that need to be made or discuss disagreements the contractor might have with the plans and the architect and all, and what's necessary to do. So it's not necessarily an hour by hour. They'll be around, but it's not like they're there 40 hours a week on the site necessarily. Is that answering your question or?
So we're just budgeting 265, but they might not use all the full
So,
265.
Yes, usually they're not, they bill for their hours, so it may not
Okay.
spend, but generally it's pretty much, my experience is we don't tend to have a whole lot left over as a,
So we're basically signing up for the rate sheet up to 265.
yes.
Okay.
All right. 8.4 is approval of Anderson Elementary flooring replacement by RJ Flooring. Flooring along with new furniture will be done at Anderson now. The furniture will be coming up in a moment. Kind of as was presented in the bond presentation back in January, we talked about doing some smaller projects at sites that were further down the list and later on the timeline for modernization. So this is one of the things we're doing at Anderson, is getting fresh carpet. And with our big furniture order for the schools that are getting modernized, we're going to add Anderson to that list as well. So we're recommending the replacement of their flooring to our district standard. And in a future action item, I'll mention about the furniture.
So quick question on that one. In here, there's an exclusion clause for moving the equipment that's already there. Have you already contracted for that work?
We contract with movers to do any of the furniture moving and the equipment necessary. So our movers will come in and after the teachers pack their boxes and stuff, we'll move it out. And so the carpet folks can come in and do their work. They might move some things like tables and stuff, especially from one side of the room to the other as they lay the carpet. But as far as moving out of the rooms, we hire movers to do a lot of that.
And have we tested for asbestos?
We have there is I forget the letters, but we have, every site has a plan of where there are hot spots and stuff. And flooring, generally flooring where the hot spots are is the mastic of a tile. So even if there were tiles there and stuff, we wouldn't be disturbing those.
It's not under the vinyl for the glue?
No, well, and for the carpets, no, because actually when the
No, the vinyl.
the vinyl flooring.
Yeah, vinyl flooring used to have asbestos under
Yeah,
it
any
as a
of
glue.
what we particularly look for is the 9x9 tiles are what's notorious for being there. But we do check those, and if we have any, and we have a list of all the hot spots, we don't touch them. Because if there were, we would have the whole mitigation plan to do first, so.
Thank you.
Sure. The next item, 8.5, is moving to the Bernal, Davis, and Herman Intermediate Track and Field Procurement. The reason Davis is on here is because one of the items being purchased is the scoreboard. We're buying those scoreboards for all 3 school sites. For Bernal and Herman, we're buying the turf and the rubberized track. These are the services for the turf and the rubberized track and the installation of them by Field Turf and Banyan. The actual groundwork, the dirt work and grading and all will be bid out later when it goes to bid. These are contracts that we get through the CMAS. It's kind of a statewide contracting system, so we can use those terms. And this will be for Bernal, about $1.2 million for the field and the turf, And for Herman, about the same for the field and turf. Bernal probably is a little bit more because it's going to be an 8-lane track so that we can host meets and stuff there. We had the space to make that a little bit larger. And then their scoreboards are just under $12,000 a piece. Okay. Item 8.6 is classroom furniture modernization. This is the order that was worked on diligently. You saw the presentation a few months ago about classroom furniture. Well, Gabe and Ruth Martin, who oversees purchasing, and Annie have been putting this together. And we have the school sites for Anderson, Christopher, Herman Intermediate, and Stipe Elementary, and then additionally some cafeteria tables for Herman and Stipe. Generally speaking, we're finding elementary school is about $500,000. The middle school is about twice that. And that's just basically a size relationship.
So I apologize. You mentioned last time that was only the board, right? That they talked about.
This is the furniture itself, the desks and stuff.
I don't think they gave that presentation. It was
I
just,
think that was before, it was
was it before that? Okay.
Yeah, I think it was, we did the
So I missed
AV one before, but the furniture one was in December or January.
Okay, I missed that one. That's fine.
No, but yes.
I'll do a blind vote. I don't know what you guys get.
And this is for the furniture, not for the audio visual and the boards
Yeah,
and stuff,
okay.
so. The next item is for clock bell speaker replacements. You may have seen these at some of the schools. They're at Ledesma and all. These, we're slowly going around all the sites and updating the clock bell system. It's not simply clock bell and all, it actually improves the communication. The screen allows emergency messages to be, displayed across it. So we'll be purchasing those and we'll be installing them in the schools that we're modernizing, but we're also trying to do other schools at the same time. So you'll see more schools listed, Bernal, Christopher's being modernized, so it'll be done as part of that project. Davis, Del Roble, Edenvale, Sakamoto, and Taylor are ones that we're just going to be doing as we go before their modernization actually happens. So, and the last one on the facility side of the house is the purchase of the HVAC equipment. We oftentimes buy those. We do owner provision so that we actually get a little better rate. We don't pay any markups on it that way. We also want to order it early because the lead time on these items is usually 12 weeks. So we want to make sure they're here and available. So this is to do the modernization at Christopher and working on the HVAC. And that'll be specifically what this summer's work is going to be, mostly from the ceiling up, getting the HVAC installed and all. And then next summer, we're looking at the actual interior modernization. When we do the modernization at the sites, they will be done in phases, and we're trying to minimize touch points during the instructional year. We won't avoid it all the time, but we'll try to do as much in the summer as we can. And we're finding good luck on Herman where we probably won't have to do too much interruption during the school year. So those are the 8.3 to 8.8 related to our facilities and our bond program. And I'll let you take care of those before we move to technology.
All right, I will go ahead and motion that we approve school improvement construction action items 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, and 8.8 as presented. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Any public comments? Further board discussion? Go ahead.
Question with the turf. I know there was like something with rubber and plastic and actual grass. Like, is this turf like any health concerns? Like, I'm not.
No, and a field I did about 10 years ago, we had the old rubber pellets that were a really great concern. The fill is largely a coconut. It's more an organic fill. And then underneath that, because these are competition fields, there's a foam base underneath the turf for impact. So that's to absorb impact. And they use them on high school fields and all too, where there's a lot more like football and all of that. So most of the materials now that are being used as the fill in the turfs are not the rubber, just because they were raising so many concerns about 10 or 12 years ago.
So the plastic one was the concern, right? Which one was the concern?
I don't-
Plastic one or rubber?
The one I remember was kind of the like recycled tires and tennis shoes and stuff, because they were old rubber and all. That was my experience. What we use now, I've used what's called a zeolite, which is a mineral stuff that's supposed to help keep cool. A lot of times what these have is like components of coconut husks and things, because it keeps the grass from getting too hot, because that's one of the challenges of turf is that it tends to absorb the heat more than natural grass does. So.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, if there's no further discussion, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Yolakar, Member Martinez, Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Albert, President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, let us move on to the technology action items that we will be bundling together for one motion as well. So Associate Superintendent Evans, can you please present action items 8.9 through 8.12?
Yes, thank you, President Yu. For 8.9, it's recommended the Board of Trustees award the RFQ student device purchase from Vivacity. What we're looking to do is phase 3 of 4. We've set up a standard of renewing Chromebooks over a 4-year period. So we buy 25% each year. And this is a follow-up to what we purchased last year. It'll be about $1.5 million, maybe a little more with all of the taxes. And this is our new one that actually has a protection plan. They come with a case and repair plan and stuff to help expedite when we have to do repairs and stuff, because they tend to come in for that faster than our staff can stay on top of them. So we find that's been a good investment. The winning quote came from Vivacity. We used a Qualys contract, which is like a CMAS. It's like a national contract, and also we'll go through those. And the value added service is intended to kind of keep them in play longer and avoid having to buy mid-year purchases of Chromebooks and stuff. As we put these out, we'll bring the others back in, and those that are usable we'll have as backups and secondary devices to distribute to students while theirs are being repaired, or if we need them for testing or things like that. This also is basically paid out of Measure P bond funds. These when we issue bonds for shorter term purposes, they're shorter term bonds. They're like 5-year bonds. The second item, 8.10, is upgrading our telephone system. The current telephone system is over 10 years old, and while it functions and all, and I think I've used mine 4 times now, it is just outdated and not supported anymore, like so many technology items. So we'll be upgrading that. And we did a bid. We work with E-Rate, which is helps fund some of our programs, and we work with Infinity, who helped get us the bids. We reviewed the quotes, and the I-team selected Fortinet FortiVoice. While the upfront costs are higher, the 5-year term is the cheapest, so we went with them as well. Any questions on that? Yes. Yes.
Telephony is not covered in there.
So
we did an RFQ.
We did an RFQ. Okay, thank you. We do work with Infinity on a lot of the E-Rate, but not this. Okay, thank you for correcting me on that. The item 8.11, the uninterrupted power supply. This one was Infinity, right? Yeah. All right. And this was a request for proposal. E-Rate are federal funds that help offset some of our technology costs. And we went out to get a bid for this just to make sure when the power goes down that we can sustain things for as long as possible, not a long amount of time. Sometimes it's just an hour or 2 while the power's out, and we can continue services. SHI was the winning bid on this RFP, and they'll come in and they'll replace the systems across the district and try to keep us up to date and refresh those project costs. Measure P will pay for these, and it'll be about $414,000.
So quick question on the UPS. You guys are not using you're not using APS?
Yeah, we'll just. So you want to come up and?
I saw the model is a little bit different.
Yeah,
than the
so
standards.
so we evaluated various different versions. The new type of batteries that are coming out that has a lifetime of 10 years. Vertiv was one of the ones that came highly recommended. So we decided to standardize on that. But when we go for RFPs like this, we have to make sure that other manufacturers are not excluded. So we put our standards, and then we say, we'll accept other vendors as well. So if a reseller provides a quote or a response with the APS, we will consider that as well. But at the end of the day, what ended up happening with this is the SHI's bid was what we wanted, and it was the lowest price.
And that'll go at every single school,
Correct.
including the data center.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
And the last item, 8.12, is our Wi-Fi hotspot RFP. During the pandemic, we had funding to provide hotspots to families, particularly those in need. Through E-rate, we were able to go out again with Infinity, because E-rate provided funding to continue this. We went out to bid, and we landed with the Wi-Fi hotspot of T-Mobile. I'm sorry, I was trying to just track there. It was the winning bid. The yearly costs, actually including taxes, will be lower than AT&T's, even though it looked like it was higher than AT&T's. So the cost for the Wi-Fi hotspots, and I think you kind of brought that to some detail, Najib, on, let me see, I had some notes here that basically between the cost of the hotspot, there's no charge, but the service ends up being about $297 a month for the district. And we are able to monitor if they're being effectively used or not. So we can put them in places where they are being used effectively. So those are the 4 items for the technology side of the house.
So on the T-Mobile, which unit are you guys getting? The Franklin or the Jetstream or Social Mobile, or all 3? You can just tell me. It's fine. I don't want to.
Action items, 8.9, 8.10, 8.11, and 8.12. Can I get a second, please?
So can I add one comment to the T10 model? If we,
Or can I get a second and then we can? Can I get a second and then we'll do, thank you, okay. Board discussion.
so on the T10, just a warning, because I ran into this multiple times. I have that model. The batteries tend to bloat a lot. I've had multiple people that have complained about that, just from my experience. So caution, if you're giving it to kids, those batteries do tend to explode a little bit.
That's concerning. Giving batteries.
Have you heard that in some of your experience?
So when we were originally, when we had deployed the hotspots, it was through AT&T, and the models that we had, those we didn't have any issues like that. With T-Mobile, this is our first time going with T-Mobile, and just because of the cost and to keep our internal costs to the lowest, that's why we decided to go with the T10. But if I could verify that, yeah, that is going to be an issue with the T10, we'll work with T-Mobile, and I'll work with Mark and see if we need to get the next level up or the one after.
Yeah, I mean, I had contacted T-Mobile, and this was for my department, and their recommendation was just make sure it gets ventilated, so it doesn't overheat. Those units just tend to overheat. I just wanted to give you a heads up. I have no problems with the unit. I mean, my departments have used it for over 5 years, and except for the battery bloating, and one time it kind of cracked that. But I have heard rumors about that one.
Yeah, and that could be problematic if a student is carrying it home to school and school to home. Yeah.
All right. We'll monitor those, and as well as provide just kind of good instructions on how to best use them as well.
Very good.
Mobile hotspots were used before in
Yeah,
2020. So this is something that's not a new technology that we're just sending out. So it is something that we've used. And so we would know the data, or they would have some information for the district in regards to anything exploding, anything happening, and you would have heard that already before we make a complete motion and approval on this.
Not on the device itself, since, like I said, since this is the first time we're going with T-Mobile, we have not looked at that part of the battery loading for that particular model. When the quote was provided, they gave us 3 different models and asked us we could choose whichever one we want. And so we went with the lowest just so that we could have no cost to the district for the device itself. But if that's one of the things that I was saying, like I'll work with Mark to see if the next level up or the one after we could, because those would be funds that we would need to provide that the E-rate is not going to pay for.
Okay, so we can check with T-Mobile and see what other optional devices there are. And maybe we'll connect with you, Board Member Joe Pilar, just to find out, how have you implemented them and stuff and all. Because they have a potential to be problematic. Are they all the time? And with students, we need to be more cautious of that because their care for it and management of it.
That is my only concern. I'm
Yeah.
not saying no to it. I'm
Right.
just saying that it's feedback that I have gotten, personal experience. I've seen my batteries bloat on that model multiple times, but it's not to the point where, it gets
Yes.
ridiculously dangerous, but it's just something that my guidance is as you go forward, just do your due diligence.
Very good.
Yeah, we can look into that and see what other options we have and what the fiscal impact would be if we find a different option.
I am happy to take an amended motion at this time if there are board members that do not feel comfortable in approving the bundled motion as presented.
I would like the amendment. I'd like to make a motion to amend the prior 8.9, 10, 11, and 12, and remove 8.12. Would that be something that I could, okay.
Bundle the initial ones.
Can I propose an alternate amendment? Where we bundle the prior ones except for the T-Mobile, rather than hold them up, we ask them, the motion is basically that they do the additional due diligence, and then as long as it is not a significant safety issue, then they can proceed. Otherwise, they need to come back to the board.
So because this is an E-rate project, there's deadlines that we have to meet. And so if we don't pass this time, then we
We'll have
won't
to-
be able to acquire. But the thing is that this is a yearly E-rate application that we can do. So if we miss next year or this upcoming school year, the hotspots, we could go again for next school year.
Okay.
The year 26-27.
So if we do with the amended version of doing due diligence before we make the decision based on your kind of double check type thing, we could then move forward with it and not have to wait a year to implement the hotspots.
So basically, the motion would be approve 8.9, 8.10, 8.11, and for 8.12, it's conditional approval based on the IT team going back and doing the appropriate due diligence and ensuring the safety prior to purchase.
We can also agendize action item 8.12 because we will be having a special board meeting next week. So if that will give the IT time to.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
and
fine. I'm
that
fine
will
with
meet your
that.
deadlines because it's later in the month, right?
Correct.
So we have it at
Deadline
the,
is March 26th.
okay, so we
Okay.
can, we'll do some research and bring 8.12 back. Hopefully it'll just be 8.1.
So I'll defer to Trustee Torres's amendment.
I'll go ahead and amend the motion. So the amended motion is to approve bundled items 8.9, 8.10, 8.11, and we will agendize 8.12 at on Wednesday, March 19th, at the March 19th board meeting. Can I get a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Can I get any more board discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez, Member Torres, Vice President Aubert, President Yu,
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, we made it to correspondence and board discussion. So we may now hear from board members regarding correspondence from individuals and or organizations regarding district programs or services. Board members may report on meetings attended or other related district matters. At this time, board members may also report on committee assignments. Any of you are welcome to go first.
I'll report out this week and last week I attended the legislative brunch hosted by the Santa Clara County School Board Association. I also attended the lobbying day with the California School Board Association. We met with Assemblymember Gail Pellerin and staff from Assemblymember Kalra's office to lobby for the Prop 98 to add that 1.7 back into the main guarantee. We'll see how that plays out. Also to lobby for some pieces of legislation, including an extension of the emergency certificated substitute teacher to be able to teach from 30 days to 60 days is a bill that's out there. Also to expand some of the uses of that one-time funding, the LEA funding, to less restrictive. The responses that we got back from the legislators were really supportive, and we got an update from Congressmember Sam Liccardo regarding the federal government and, fighting to support programs like Medi-Cal and K through 12 education. And as you know, the half of our Department of Education was laid off. Their last day will be Friday, so it will be tomorrow. I'm sure there will be immediate litigation for that, and so we'll see where that lands. It doesn't mean that any of the funding is removed. It's still there. It's just not centralized. So I will be continuing to provide updates on the federal and state legislation.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a quick update that I was able to join some of our team here again with Read Across America. I had the pleasure of participating at Oak Grove's 3 district schools, sharing my role as a trustee and sharing with our team, my husband Manuel and assistant Mariah, sharing a local author, Adam Ibarra's book about Alex the Hippo, with visuals. On Monday, I was at Sakamoto in the afternoon with Kuhn and Gerbrandt and Miss Pierce's class. It was my pleasure to meet the Principal Roberts, and Miss Pierce's class sent me this wonderful thank you card with her cute little penguin. So thank you. What a great thing to receive. And on Tuesday, March 4th, I was at the STEAM Stipe in Miss LaForte's class as a guest of Sabrina Bocanegra. Thank you so much. The students were engaged and I loved hearing they loved hearing my information as a trustee and reading the book. It was my pleasure meeting Principal Tilston, and I look forward to partnering with them with the Cinco de Mayo. It looks like they have a big thing going on at STEAM Stipe, so looking forward to doing that. And on Friday, March 7th, I was with Superintendent Chidas and I visited Frost in Miss Munson, Miss Cardenas, and Miss Borelli's class. Principal Harrigan was out, but we were accompanied by Herman's assistant principal, Brian Minkling. And students were wonderful, yet I wanted to share that there were some classroom needs of concern. I was a little disheartened by the lack of support given to a teacher with some rambunctious students and with a variety of needs. I did have a great time reading with my team, but it was challenging, and I have addressed these concerns with Superintendent Chidas, and it's just something that was a great time that I was able to be a part of. With that, I was able to go to and attend with President Yu and Superintendent Chidas at the DEIB, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Belonging Committee. It is one of our standing committees I wanted to share that all the information that I'm going to share today, and it's just a gist, I want to compile it just so that those online and for us here as a team know the things that were discussed in a nutshell. But all of these items are on our website at ogsd.net under the tab Our District. Scroll down to District Committees, and you will find the DEIB along with the 2024-25 slides for the meeting. In that, our Oak Grove is focused on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging for all students, staff, and families. The district and board of trustees adopted a resolution denouncing racism and white supremacy and supporting equity, well-being, and safety of Black people. A district DEIB committee meets regularly to fulfill that resolution. Establishing a district-wide DEIB committee, a standing committee of the district with the year-round developing DEIB initiatives and policies. We will provide the board updates. So one of us is usually there, or our alternate that will come. And so those are important. They've had 3 meetings. This was my first, as I was just brought in December. So they've had one prior to that in December, and then the other in August. Normally, I believe this is something that's ongoing. They have an icebreaker to meet people in the room and find common things about each other, which was great. I got to meet teachers and other people. On the slides, we had the committee references a Glenn Singleton book called Courageous Conversations About Race and Achieving Equity. And so some of the things that they broke off into groups for discussion for empathy questions, and those again are on the slides online. So I took that opportunity to go up to our facilitator and just ask some questions that I thought might be important for this group and then also for our community to know about the DEIB. And some of the questions were, what is the outcome in current discussion? And again, it was of dire need for more teachers to look like us. And again, she was Latina. And so we have more than 50% Latino. So we would like to recruit more Latino teachers. It is very important that our teachers look like our students. I asked her if this is a private or an open meeting. And I was told the community, it is an open to the public, but not sure how the information is shared or how to invite or include. So now we know that we can actually add it to our website. The groups again were discussing empathy interview data that has been ongoing, and these the information and these questions were done by those that were in the room, and most of them were adjunct. Let me say that word right, staff. They were SPED, admin, teachers, aides, and some parents. That was all the people in the room. There was about 40 people there. And there were 4 groups of more questions about empathy hiring questions, such as recruitment, how do we leverage staff of color, equitable inclusion, attracting diverse people. There was one group on empathy on staff, gender roles, reputation, professional development, and then also just feeling valued. And then there was 2 empathy groups that were discussing more things towards parents. And some of the questions were things like, what are the barriers? What are diverse parents? I think this one was especially from participating in schools and district decision-making groups, like what kind of accessibility would make it so that parents can come and be a part of working in the school, volunteering, supporting, and things like that. I think most of the things that I came away with from the spreadsheet were emphasized on recruiting a diverse group of people, partnering with colleges and frats and schools. Language matters. So when we are out there promoting for our Oak Grove School District, we want to use languages as, based upon what we want to bring in. Parents felt connected. Teachers of color have left our district. Staff does not reflect the student population, impacting connections with families, and appreciation of school events that are culturally felt within our groups, and barriers of volunteering, and maybe some barriers on fingerprinting, maybe possibly people that may not be able to be fingerprinted because, again, their culture, or immigration status, or whatever. There could be a barrier to volunteering. And so those are some things that I came away with. I'm looking forward. Our next group will be in May. And again, I tend to take really good notes, just hearing back on what I heard and sharing as best I can. So thank you. This concludes my report.
I will share that I also had the pleasure to attend a couple of school events. Read Aloud's Arma Jam, so I was very happy to participate in the Read Across America events at Sakamoto. So thanks to Mrs. Roberts, the principal, and the kinder and first grade teachers for inviting me and having me in their space. To drop by the DEIB committee just to say hello. Really appreciate a good icebreaker. So thank you to Mark Lepori for doing that. I also did attend the talent show last week held at Ledesma. Talent shows have come a long way since I was a kid, so super impressed by all the talent that was showcased that night. I'm looking forward to attending the Dreamkeepers Award ceremony on Saturday. And then just a reminder for our board members that we do have our board retreat next Wednesday at 5 o'clock, and we will be meeting at Christopher. Okay. All right. At this time, can I get a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting?
To adjourn?
I'll go ahead and second. All in favor? No one opposed. The regular board meeting on March 13th, 2025 is adjourned at 10:11 p.m. Thank you.